Why are you fangirl? crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats.
I will... What? I would like him to come to TwitchCon and we'll see what happens. I have enough, I can afford all the lawyers. Mike, this is a learning opportunity. That's okay. Hold on.
You don't know anything about politics!
It looks like... It rubs the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again. It rubs the lotion on its skin, oh, or else it gets the hose again. Silky smooth, yes, precious. Buffalo Bill's body lotion. Put the lotion in the basket.
hours later.
G.I. Joe will return after these messages.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life.
فايز اعمل لك معايا سندوتش جبنه.
Just you know why.
Okay, guys. Okay. Guys. How long was it just silent? What the fuck? What happened? Wait, how long was it just silent? What just happened there? I don't understand. John answers. Jay Greaves, Snow Source, Led, Chameleon, Convandermal. Some of these names, bro. I gotta say. Star Wars and Baking Young, Jimbo, the Britannic, Snow Source, Lopsided, Pixel, Major All Sham, Uno, Couch Potato, Scrabble, Narrow, Conduits, Bagel, Crossed Extreme, Civil, Prag Pro, DevOps, six Pink, One Blue, Extremes. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody doing? It is Tuesday, April 21st here in these United States. Sigsy, what's up, buddy? I don't know. Is that how you say it? Size eye guy. Sizzy guy. Good morning. Only a few days till my vid premieres public if you wanted to react early. Ooh. Yeah, maybe. At the end of the stream, maybe. Depends. Depends on how fast we get through the rest. What the fuck are you putting on my head there? What if the hat is way too big? That doesn't make any sense. The hat is way too big. It's ridiculous. Sezagi? Sezagi? Is that how you say your name? I don't know why I'm not using my espresso machine. I really don't know. Sometimes I get in these little routines in the morning and I just like my routines. Going to Starbucks, you know, it gets me outdoors. That's a plus. Gets me outdoors. Helps me wake up a little bit. Helps me get my body moving a little bit. Okay, guys, where do we want to begin?
Chicken nugget dreamland, whoa. It's a chicken nugget fantasy. Chicken nugget dreamland, whoa. If you're into nuggets, it's where you wanna be. Chicken nugget dreamland, whoa. Infinite flavors of infinite sauce. Chicken nugget dreamland, whoa. You can get a million piece box. A chicken nugget has magical power. Put it into your pocket and eat it whenever you want. So delicious and conveniently shaped, full of nutrition. A rainbow in nugget form. Chicken nugget technology shows us the future of dining. No got no sharp edges and no utensils are Don't stop loving on the nuggets, nuggets. So good that you wanna hug it, hug it. Don't stop loving on the nuggets, nuggets. And living the dream. Don't stop loving on the nuggets, nuggets. So good that you wanna hug it, hug it. Don't stop loving on the nuggets, nuggets. And living the dream. Chicken nugget dreamland, whoa. Chicken nugget dreamland, whoa. You can get a million piece box.
What a wonderful way to start the stream. Is that really $30? Is that a $30 Tangia? Are you lying to me right now? Little Boots, thank you so much for 40 months. The Rad with 60 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's worth every penny. I agree. I agree. Is that really 30? It is. That is a $30 Tangia. It really is. Yeah. Okay. I like it. I gotta say. So as I was saying, pick how many subs, donos you want to set at as a goal for early access. I don't know about all that for me. I mean, I don't know about all that, setting these kind of goals. I gotta be honest with you. I don't know about all that. I haven't really thought about it enough. I don't know how that works. Like, I demand a certain amount of subs and then, you know, it's hard to work out in my mind. Okay, where do we begin? Why don't we just start with how do you say his name? JSTLK? I know some people call him Jew Stalker. That I don't know what to make of that. Is it JSTLK? 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 Is it JSTLK? Jew Stalker is his real handle. See, I don't know what is real anymore. I don't know what is real anymore because I've seen people say that and that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. Gisticle? Is that what we say? Maybe for the sake of simplicity, we can call him asshole. Yeah, he's a groiper. He's a groiper. Hang on a minute. I don't know the lore about this person at all. I was warned like not to interact with this person because apparently their community is like very obsessed. They can be like very obsessive. And so I just blocked them on Twitter once upon a time. And then there was a whole thing where the person they were seeing started to like message me privately on Twitter and was like, I don't understand, trying to convince me to not. I don't know. The whole thing was weird. It was a whole weird situation. Vishy was 17 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Like the person they were dating. I think they were dating. Were they not dating? I don't remember. I don't know. What's her name? Cherry? Did Cherry and Jistical? How do you say his name? Is it just JSTLK? I have no info on any of these people. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. There's just all I know about this corner of the internet is like they can be very obsessive. That's all I know about them. They can be very obsessive. Why don't we just start with that video? Why don't we just start with that video? Where is that video? Let me find that video. 1 second. Where the fuck is it? Where did it go? For some reason, I started watching these videos on YouTube about how to brine meat. I found it interesting. It's just water and salt. Did you guys know that? People back in the day when they would buy meat, they would just get a little barrel and like put a shitload of salt in it and then put water in it and you just dip the meat in it. It's fucking good for like a year. I didn't know that. It's kind of interesting. Tim the Blair with 6 months. Thank you. Appreciate it. I love you. McMitty with $5. Cheers for the stream. Even though you missed my super chat yesterday, the word you're looking for is posturing. That's all the dead enders do. Posturing. What were we talking about yesterday when I was trying... McMitty, hold on. Did I miss your super chat? I'm scrolling. I don't see a super chat that I missed from you. Was it during the podcast? Oh. Wait, no, that's now. Yeah, I don't see a super chat from yesterday. Salt prevents putrefaction by nasty bacteria and molds. Interesting. Wait till Hutch finds out about the history of smoked meats. I don't know. I just watched one video on brining meat and then the YouTube algorithm just started serving me a bunch of videos about brining meat. And now it's like, and it's oddly calming. It helps me fall asleep at night. Okay, the name of this video is Hutch is Completely Broken. This take is Pure Embarrassment by Ryle Kittenhouse, who I am told is JSTLK.
Hutch is completely stuck.
That guy has a new video too. Crimes New Roman, that guy has a new video too. Maybe we could watch that today. All right, let's dive into this video first before we do anything else. It says Hutch is completely broken. Okay. They aren't the same person, I don't think. Are you sure? Ryle was his editor, but makes JSTLK videos on his channel. Wait, they're not the same person? Are you sure? Are you sure? Would you bet your life they're different people? Ryle is a snarker. They sound the exact same. Are you sure they're not the same person? I swear to God, they sound the same. Okay. Well, I mean, shit. Guess I should get the title right. how do I spell it? Okay. All right. I swear I thought they were the same person. JSTLK sounds like Kyle Kalinske. They're brothers from other mothers. Okay. Destiny had a convo with Soy Pill about this. Do you have a link and a timestamp? I'm not sure what you're referring to. I'm at a point now where I think I dislike MAGA and the anti-democratic party online left. I think Ryle's channel is all edited stuff from JSTLK streams. So it is JSTLK. Wait, hold on. Like them about the same.
Why does he just always say things that like functionally disqualify him?
Okay, so that person talking, that is JSTLK, right? Okay, now I gotta change the fucking title back. That's fine. Whatever. I was like, are you guys sure? Because they sound exactly the same. Are you guys sure about that? All right.
From the job that he has. There's like so many different dimensions along which Hutch's analysis is completely fundamentally broken. You can't even think of all of them. It's just broken top to bottom. It's awful.
Okay, well, it says his name right there, for Christ's sakes.
All right, Hutch had a whole rant apparently about the left today. He's covering Destiny. Very cool. Apparently Destiny is rewatching the Alyssa Slotkin thing. Again. Oh my god, we're stuck in the same loop forever. We're stuck in the same loop forever. This is 9 hours.
Oh, we're at fucking how many levels? Oh, hang on. I'm reacting to JSTLK, who's reacting to me, reacting to Destiny, reacting to me. Or no, the podcast. So I think it's 5. I think we're at 5 levels of reacception.
Ago.
And so what I'm curious for your view on is, while, you know, I would love to debate you on your healthcare policy. I think we need Medicare for all. You think public option, your housing policy, etc. I'm just being really real with you.
I want to talk about Israel.
I don't really hear what you say if you are still supporting a genocide in Gaza. And that's, for me.
I mean, the framing, you know, like the question itself is an accusation. The question itself is her saying you support a genocide.
Could you just, yes, but is it inappropriate framing? Do you think that it's not a genocide happening? Do you think when she talked to Alyssa Slotkin here, do you think it was not a genocide?
The claim is that Alyssa Slotkin supports genocide, is the claim. And the evidence for that is a little thin, we'll say. Hutch, are you forgetting to do something? I don't know. What does that mean? Yes? Maybe? No? The fuck does that mean?
Is the framing inaccurate, or did you want an inaccurate framing because they're talking to a
Discord. Okay.
Democrat? Do you just say that you want them to lie for the Democrat? If that's your position, just say it. Just say, please lie for the Democrat. I would appreciate if you guys lied.
Somebody could hold the position that what is happening in Gaza is not a genocide, and, you know, they could be wrong. You could have the opinion that they're wrong. Somebody could have the opinion that it's not a genocide, and somebody could have the opinion that we should maintain like defensive weapons sales or weapons transfers. But that's not the same thing as saying that somebody supports a genocide. That's not the same thing. Obviously, not the same thing.
Lied for the Democrat. That would make me happy if you guys lied for the Democrat. Right? Just say you want them to lie for the Democrat, and then we're all good.
I mean, talk about hostile. You know, like this is more hostile than if Alyssa Slotkin went on a Fox News panel or something.
You know, I'm speaking for myself, but I know there are millions of other people who feel the same.
Yeah, because again, just not engaging with the material reality. How can you do this where you just don't engage with the reality at all? Like, yeah, Fox News would be fine with funding a genocide. Fox News is basically totally fine with funding a genocide.
Not the point I was making. How many chats are there on the screen? This is my chat. So this is my live chat, but then there's also the chat that I have on the screen, and then there's Destiny's chat.
You're saying if she went on Fox News, they wouldn't even be mad that this woman was okay and like voting yes on genocidal funding of the Israeli state, funding of the genocidal Israeli state. Funding and military aid that are explicitly used to further the genocide that's happening. Right? Yeah, if they go on Fox, they're not going to get questioned on this. Everybody loves.
Pretty sure Alyssa Slotkin voted against the funding just this last week, right?
That at Fox.
Is she a
That you have to
leftist
at least-
or populist? She's a populist.
Sorry, I need to go back. Give me a second.
I actually think Alyssa's, not Alyssa, Crystal Ball's politics are even more left than Kyle's. Like, I think she is definitely a Marxist. And
I don't know. I'm trying to think of where Crystal Ball, I've seen her talk enough that I could say she was a Marxist. I've seen her talk about Israel-Palestine, but I do think it's really important that people disconnect this idea that being pro-Palestine or anti-Israel or anti-Zionist means you are a Marxist or a leftist.
I don't think that. That's not what I
Grappling with.
That's not what I based that off of at all. This is her on Jacobin 3 days ago. We might find some time to actually watch this today. Jacobin and Breaking Points, they hosted some kind of a live venue, and they're talking about, like how to what are the next steps forward to like accomplishing socialism. It's pretty explicitly Marxist. But I wasn't calling her a Marxist because she, quote unquote, like supports Palestine. That's not what led me to that conclusion. It was just her own words. But yeah.
These things are totally disconnected. They are unrelated concepts. And I wish people would
agree.
stop trying to connect them together, because it does feel like you're trying to red scare people into supporting Israel when you do that. Regardless of what Hutch is doing, that's how it feels to me.
What? I'm trying to get people to support Israel. Wait, what?
Trying to do a red scare to get people to support Israel. Why not just talk about why you should support Israel? Instead of trying to go, oh, well, actually, this person's like a Marxist, and they want to destroy America, and that's why, like, I wouldn't take anything they say seriously. It's very silly.
Cross.
I agree. It's silly, but not for the reasons maybe he thinks. Soypill and talk with Destiny about these people.
I just learned that.
Is that what they're arguing?
That is what they're arguing.
Oh yeah, like Trump had the consistent gas prices, and all of a sudden now they're finally changing. We're just catching up.
True. Okay.
What's up?
We'll save that.
This sort of moral threshold. And what it indicates to people, and I think part of why, Zoran won so many people.
By the way, I actually don't know. Could anybody explain to me why? Maybe, am I weird? I don't watch people I agree with, like, ever, for like, to criticize something. Like, I would never do this. Just immediately, the framing of this is bizarre to me. That you agree with Destiny, and so you're going to go watch Destiny's take on this instead of just watching the interview yourself and giving...
What? I did watch the interview.
Your own take. How do you differentiate yourself? How are you giving...
It's not that complicated. Somebody in chat told me that Destiny had reacted to this, and that I might want to watch some of the commentary, and so I fired it up. It's not that deep.
People something unique. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. From a professional standpoint, what are you adding here? What is the point of what you're doing?
In New York City, young people.
Yes, I know. He's letting his audience watch their favorite streamer. I know.
Jewish, you're willing to take the heat on an issue
True.
that's really difficult for you, where you're being overtly smeared as an anti-Semite. And number three, there's no, entrenched interest that's going to control. You have a spine, you have principles, you're willing to stand up for something. And so, I'm curious for your reflections on that because of your voting record and where you've stood on this conflict.
Yeah, well,
She's asking her, like, is your conscience clear? Where did you write that, Lights? Which one do you hate more, tankies or MAGA content creators?
Oh no. Tankies or MAGA content creators?
Think Ogre Boy or Tim Pool. I'm at a point now where I think I dislike MAGA and the anti-democratic party online left. I think I hate them about the same, but for different reasons. It's the same level of hatred, but just different reasons. I think I dislike them about the same.
Why does he just always say things that, like, functionally disqualify him from the job that he has? Why does he just repeatedly say things that are totally disqualifying for the job he currently holds?
Mm-hmm.
That seems really counterproductive. If I just came out here and I'm like, dude, I like can't analyze situations. I like can't think critically. And it really sucks. It's like, bro, you're the guy who's streaming, who's analyzing these situations and helping these people who don't want to take all the time to think about this stuff. What? Why are you just out here advertising that you have no idea what you're talking about? One is totally destroying your country, totally destroying the economy. The other,
or MAGA,
makes fun of you sometimes.
Oh,
the other
okay.
makes fun of Democrats sometimes. The other is really invested in Israel versus Palestine. But let me just remind you that the first one I talked about is having massive tangible effects on millions, tens, hundreds of millions. In fact, bordering on billions of people. And let's just say it, billions of people. It doesn't matter how much you hyperbolize Hassan's influence or anybody adjacent to him. It's not close. It's not even a little bit close. It's not a little bit close.
For years, it would have been MAGA, but I've been so. I never made the claim that the far left do as much damage as MAGA. They enable MAGA. They either directly or indirectly help MAGA win elections, but their numbers are much, much, much smaller. And I've never made that claim, but that doesn't mean that I don't hate them. Like, I genuinely hate these people. I just think they're the worst. I think that the commentary that they add to things is just like, I hate it's more that they're more annoying than dangerous. Do you know what I mean? Like, nobody's worried about like a socialist revolution in this country. Nobody actually thinks that they're going to be able to pull this off. But it's just, they're so like, how do I put it into words? This is like the perfect example of what I'm talking about. I put this up on the screen here. This is just a random person, just to be clear. I mean, this is just like a random person, right? Like, I don't know. I don't think they have like very many followers or whatever, but you know, you see these kinds of takes just constantly from these people. And like, anytime you see these kind of a takes, this kind of a take, the first thing you should do is go to their Twitter profile and just search for the words vote or voted to see what they did in 2024. And it's like 99 times out of 100, you're going to find stuff like this, where it's like, I'm sorry, I couldn't vote for Kamala because of a genocide. And then they turn around and they say stuff like, I think if Trump ran as a Democrat, they would vote for him. And it's like, you fucking literally helped this person win an election. Like, you literally helped Donald Trump win the election. And they're over here like, actually, I think Democrats would vote for Donald Trump if he was a Democrat. Ian with $5. Did you wear the same shirt on purpose every stream? When I was putting my shirt on this morning, I thought to myself, did I wear this recently? And then I thought to myself, no, I don't think so. And then I fire up a video to react to, and this is from 2 days ago, and yep, that's the same shirt. I could go change it. I could go in the other room and change, but I'm not gonna. It's a comfortable shirt. It's whatever. Pushed over the line. I have endured this now.
I've endured it. Oh my God. Dude, I've endured this now. I've endured the terrible harassment. These people do things like...
That's not what I mean by endure. We've all endured them, you know. As far as, you know, the harassment, the stuff that shows up in my Twitter feed, the thing is like, for these people, I view them with utter contempt. I have such a low opinion of these people. And if I open my Twitter feed and I look at my mentions in one day and I see a bunch of these fucking idiots in my mentions, none of these people could possibly hurt my feelings. How could you possibly hurt my feelings? I view these people with utter contempt. I think they are like just as dumb, and in some ways like maybe dumber than MAGA. I have no respect for them. I have none whatsoever. So when I say like I've had to endure these people in election cycle after election cycle. What I mean is, like, I've had to endure the constant stupidity. Just the dumbest possible takes. Like the complete lack of self-awareness. They have no sense of like their cognitive dissonance. They have no sense of like what a massive contradiction they are sometimes. But I think JSTLK here heard me say I've had to endure these people, and in his mind he's like, he thinks I'm talking about people that are typing out mean things to me on Twitter. And that's not what I'm talking about.
Saying I'm dumb and pointing to the faces I make. I've endured this harassment for far too long. Dude, seriously? Man, it's such, and at a base level, again, real tangible effects, right? The real tangible effects of MAGA and the effect they've had on everybody. And you apparently...
Me being annoyed is a real tangible effect.
Right before midterms are like, well, actually, the online left, they're about as bad as MAGA. Yep.
They are about as dumb as MAGA. But in terms of like the impact they have, no, I would not say that they're as bad as MAGA.
Yep. It's insane. It's totally insane. It's an insane thing to say. He should feel embarrassed for saying this. How is nobody in his chat calling him an embarrassing loser for this take?
There's probably a decent chance somebody was at the time.
You are completely embarrassing. This is just, it's spite based for him too. He's completely detached from reality.
I am a bit spiteful towards these people. That's true.
Here's the thing. Here's the challenge to Hutch. The real challenge to Hutch. Go and make this argument in front of Pisco. Okay? Next, live and learn. Go and make this argument in front of Pisco and watch him pull that baseball bat out again and terrify you with it, okay? He's going to pull that baseball bat out.
What the fuck? What?
Walk around the room, tapping it on the ground, and you're going to piss yourself and apologize for ever thinking the stupid shit that you say on your stream.
What is this fan fiction this person is writing?
That's how that's going to go. Sorry. That's just obviously how... And I'm being nice compared to how Pisco is going to treat you.
Oh my god, you guys. This is the first JSTLK video I think I've watched in full. Are they always this over the top? It's a lot. There's a lot to take in here.
If you say this shit around him.
This is going to be my fourth cycle. This is going to be my fourth presidential cycle. Watching the way that these online populist lefties operate. And it seems to be getting worse. Matter with $5 off topic marathon update. WSTR shoddy nerfed versus blue and above shields. I think I'm good on marathon for now. I think I'm good for a little bit. I'm playing Death Stranding 2 on PC now. I'm gonna do some walking. We're gonna do some walking. Das Vidania with $2. You should send this to Pisco. He'd laugh. Probably, yeah. Not better. I'm being a bit more...
Okay. MAGA literally tried to overthrow an election. At least some of these people are pushing back. At least
I'm aware. I mean, I did everything I possibly could have. Well, maybe that's not true. Maybe I could have done more. I mean, has anyone ever really done everything they could have? I did. I feel like I made great efforts for the last fucking 10 years to get people to take elections seriously and not do these crazy false equivalences and to vote for Democrats who were in opposition to Donald Trump. Like, vote for the only Democrat, the only candidate who could have beat Donald Trump. I've done that 3 election cycles in a row now.
At least some of them are pushing back a little bit, I guess.
General, you're sure, talking about but I mean, just like sure.
No, the person said Ogre Boy versus Tim Pool, and basically Hutch goes, "Well, I hate Ogre Boy equally to Tim Pool. That Ogre Boy's beliefs are as harmful. I think he causes as much harm in the world as Tim Pool."
Okay, you're filling in some blanks there, but okay.
It's an insane proposition.
I agree, and just in general, I agree. It would be insane to suggest that Ogre Boy does as much damage as Donald Trump. But like, I hate the movie Miss Congeniality. Like, I fucking hate that movie. And I hate MAGA. You know? They're both hatred, but it's a different kind of hate. But I hate miscongeniality with like the fire of 1,000 suns. I just hate that movie. My family had a holiday tradition where we would all go to the movie theaters together on, you know, like Christmas Eve or something like that. And the men in the family were always outnumbered by the women. You know, I had 4 older sisters. And so, you know, we were always watching like romantic comedies on the Christmas for the holiday season. And one year, there was some sci-fi film that was out that I really wanted to watch. And we got outvoted like we did every fucking time. And instead of seeing a sci-fi blockbuster film, I had to sit there and watch fucking Miscongeniality. And it brings up bad memories. And it makes me angry and upset. But that doesn't mean like if I hate Miscongeniality and I hate MAGA, that doesn't mean that I think the film Miscongeniality does the same amount of damage as MAGA. But there is an argument that you could make. General, kind of the online populist anti-democratic party left. I dislike them just as much as MAGA at this point. It's just years of this now. What's your favorite rom-com? I'm going to go with Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. No, for like rom-com, I like some rom-coms. What's the one about, there's a rom-com from the 90s that's about an Olympics hockey player who gets injured and can't play hockey anymore. And so instead, and he's like a rough around the edges hockey player, you know, real kind of, he's got his guard up. He's a real tough, rough kind of guy. The Cutting Edge. Yeah, and then he becomes a figure skater. I like that movie. Lars and the Real Girl is a phenomenal movie, but I wouldn't call it like a rom-com. I'm a fan of Pretty Woman. I think Pretty Woman is good. What are some other ones that are like not bad? Sleepless in Seattle is good. I agree. That's a good one. Brokeback Mountain is my favorite romantic comedy. I would not call that a rom-com. When Harry Met Sally is really good. I agree. That's a good one. Don't like 50 First Dates. Crazy Stupid Love. Yes, that's my answer. Yes, 100%, 100,000%. Crazy Stupid Love is 100,000% my favorite rom-com. I fucking love that movie. I freaking love that movie. What's Kevin Bacon's name again? Fuck, what's that character's name again? It's such a good climax. It's such a good... There's some problematic elements of that film. I have to say, there's some parts of that film where you're like, well, that's a little much. Silver Linings Playbook is, I don't know. I don't love that filmmaker. David Lindhagen. Yeah, that's true. That's the name. Yep. Me, Myself, and Irene is pretty funny. It's a little over the top. Pretty funny, though. Nathan, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it, buddy. Mr. Pralamus with 27 months. I don't know if I said thank you to Tim the Blair for 6 months of being a member. Appreciate it, buddy. I'm so done with it. I'm so done with it. And I told you guys what they were going to do. I told you guys exactly what they were going to do. These people are so transparent.
I told you exactly what they were going to do. What could it be that he told us? Because I know that he said, hey, don't vote for us then. And then they're like, okay, don't hold it against us. And then Hutch held it against them.
I told one guy, don't vote for Kamala. Fuck you. I told one guy, don't vote for her. Go get fucked. We'll do it without you. And I'm gonna tell that same guy the same thing. Let me see if I can find it. The guy was like a partisan Green Party voter who it was like every day, like every fucking day, his entire Twitter feed was nothing but it was this guy. Don't vote for her. You are not necessary to this coalition. Now I can't find it. Where the fuck is it? It was this guy. And like his whole Twitter presence during that election was like stuff like this. It was like 20 tweets a day about how he was on the left and he wasn't voting for Kamala Harris. And here's why you shouldn't vote for Kamala Harris. Like, this was not a persuadable voter. This was not someone that was like, you know, Democrats need to give me a reason to vote for them. Like, he wasn't that. He's not that guy. Like, this is one of those Jill Stein idiots. Like, Green Party voters, I think, are genuinely dumber than MAGA. Like, I really believe that. Like, they are on a rung beneath MAGA in terms of intelligence. But there was no universe where this guy was persuadable. He had said, you know what I noticed? Kamala Harris supporters never talk about her policies to win us over. It's always shaming and insulting to force us to vote for her like we're children. Just a thought. But this guy is like he's not seriously saying like, hey, try to convince me. Like, hey, win my vote. Like, he's a partisan Green Party voter. And I said, don't vote for her. You're not necessary to this coalition. We'll get it done without you. Fuck you expecting us to do, Beg. I'll say it again. I'm going to say the same thing to this guy. Like, if JSTLK is saying that he's like one of these people, then I'll say it to him too. Like, JSTLK, don't vote for Democrats. Don't do it. Well, is he even an American citizen? Does he live in America? I don't care. I don't care. We're not going to court these people. We're not going to try to like bring them into the fold. That's not going to happen. Is he Canadian? Oh my God. All right, real quick, guys. I have to use the restroom. Give me just a few minutes and I'll be right back and we'll finish up this video. Give me just a minute. I don't understand this logic that some people have where it's like the only way they think in their minds that they can create leverage is by literally helping Republicans win elections. They think that the threat of that is the only thing that can move politicians. But we don't even have to look that far back as far as the presidency goes to see examples of a president elected on a more moderate platform, but then pushed to the left once they're in office. His name is Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. He did that shit. The left, labor movements, the Bernie flank, the Warren flank, they pushed him on policy and he moved on policy. You can't push a Republican on policy. There's 0% chance of that happening. So their theory of politics is just fucking ass backwards. It doesn't make any sense. And like when you give a seat to a Republican, Like the incumbency advantage is a real thing. I do want you guys to watch this video. How many of you guys saw this video pop up on your feeds? It's good. It's real good, okay? I want you guys to watch this video, you guys. It's good.
Toss it and catch
Holy
it in the
shit,
cup
she was
again.
channeling my energy.
The ball
No,
is
but
on a
you
string
retweeted
and
it. Just
attached to
watch,
the
okay?
cup.
It's 5
So
minutes,
there's no
but
worry
worth a
if you don't
watch.
catch the
We're gonna
ball
watch
in the
this. It's
cup.
great.
And
The
cleanup
problem
as
is
easy as
online
catching a
leftists have
ball in a
never
cup.
felt this level of
So why
discomfort
spend another
before in
day
their
not
lives,
catching a
and they
ball
don't
in
know
a
what to do with
cup
these
when you
big
could be
feelings when it comes to
catching a ball
politics.
in a cup?
Because a lot of these online leftists only started voting in 2016. Their boy Bernie.
I love her condescending energy. It's just, I feel it. I feel the spirit move in me through her contempt and condescension.
Did not win, and so clearly the entire system was broken. Mind you, Bernie Sanders wasn't a good candidate. You thought he could win on class warfare? Turns out he cannot. Twice, mind you. Because that was their first election, they think it was broken. My first election was Bush v. Gore. Imagine how I feel. Imagine what life could have been had the courts not decided the 2000 election.
She's bringing up such a good point, because when we talk about people and their origin stories, like Emma Vigeland is the perfect example of this. Emma Vigeland went from, so I think she was in college during the Obama years, and I think that she graduated college shortly before the 2016 primary. And so her kind of political awakening happened at a time when there was unbridled optimism around Obama, and then the left kind of largely felt like he had disappointed them. He hadn't lived up to the expectations that they had imposed on him. Never mind the fact that he was always pragmatic, and he ran on very pragmatic policies. I appreciate that about his campaign, is that he was running on things that were actually doable.
Stretch, you gotta say a lot of those things. Stretch, but every time I do a big stretch,
I think you know that's actually. It's a really she's 31 years old, man. She's just a little baby. Now that's condescending. So she would have been a college senior, or if she went on a fast track, maybe she graduated shortly before that, but I think she was still in college by the time the 2016 primaries came along. And I feel like the climate that you, like those early adult years, here's a question for chat. I got a question for you guys. How old were you guys when you first became interested in politics? For me, it was 18. It was right after September 11th. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then that got me into politics. 18, 16, 15, 17, 12, 13, 17, 15. Damn. Can I get some more answers in here? Where are my lurkers at? I want to get a bigger sample size here. 30. Okay, there we go. A little bit older. 20 something, 20 plus, 17, 20 during Trump 1.0, 20, 30. So for the most part, now my sample size is skewed because, you know, if you're watching my stream, you're probably paying attention to politics every day. And so it kind of makes sense that you guys skew younger. For a lot of people, it's a little bit older, you know, 25, 30. I got into politics during the 2020 election at 18. Ooh, now that's a great time to get into politics. Great year for politics, 2020. My God, can we go back? It was so good. But I think what is going on in the country at the time that you become politically aware or politically curious or politically conscious, that is a big thing. That's a very formative time in someone's life. And so I think what ends up happening for most people is the perspective that they have and the dynamic in the country that is happening at the time that they're becoming aware. That perspective kind of calcifies and sticks with you. And so, like, I have a visceral hatred
is not possible.
of,
You want to employ
like,
the principle
Republicans.
of gun.
I hate Republicans. I love my family, and I've got some Republicans in my family, so I compartmentalize that shit. When I say I hate Republicans, I mean I'm reserving my ire for, like, political pundits and politicians. I don't hate Republican voters. Very, very broadly, I don't hate Republican voters. I hate the politicians. I hate the pundits. So what is happening at the time that you become politically aware? I think it's kind of like, you know, how child psychologists will say that, you know, 2 and 3 and 4 years old. These are, you don't have a lot of memories from that period of your life, but they're very formative years. So you can have traumatic things that happen to you at a really young age that you don't even have a memory of, but it sticks with you for the rest of your life. And the same thing goes for what's happening in the country. Twitch sidebar. Hutch viewers also watch Central Committee, The Majority Report, and Dennis. That's fucking interesting. I'm assuming I have a lot of hate watching lurkers in my chat then. And so for me, the reason I fucking hate Republicans, I'll say it like this: I hate the Republican Party and I hate conservative media. It's because I was so engaged at that time because of the Iraq War. There was basically, it's been a while, so I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. There was speculation about us invading Iraq pretty soon after September 11th, I want to say. Do I have any other boomers in here? Can you guys confirm that? I'm pretty sure it was like pretty soon after September. Fucking Brody Quest, bro. Fucking love this song. Fucking love that song. Oh, I love it so much. I'm pretty sure that DMC is the entire stream, and it's worth it. I gotta be honest with you. It's worth it. It's worth it. Apparently that's is it a $21 Tangia? Oh, I love that song. God, that song takes me back. That song takes me back to the good old days. The days where optimism reigned supreme, you know? It was a better time back then. Harambe was still alive. Donald Trump had had never been president. God, we had it so good and we just didn't even know it at the time. Where's the video? Here it is. Okay.
So I wonder what his prediction. What was his prediction about the lefties? Yeah, just any of the lefty types.
They're so obvious about what they're doing. And they rely on people's ignorance to galvanize support online. But it's so obvious what they're doing. I told you guys a year ago. Maybe more than a year ago.
Okay.
I did tell you. I did warn you about them. I look at them now is like, I think that they found an issue that they think is really good for them. I think they think that like, so for
it is good for them. It's like one of the most quickly changing and escalating in terms of importance issues that exists. And they were on the right side of it and have all of the authority on it, have all the authority to speak on it, sound like the people who should be like, they sound like the people who were, you know, they knew what was going on before you. They have all of the actual authority there, all of the cachet there. So yeah.
I mean, they were calling it a genocide on October 8th. Okay.
Yes, they are trying to wheel and deal. They're trying to basically make a thing of it. But liberals helped them, okay? Third Way helped them. Third Way explicitly came in and tried to make it an issue. So it's not just them doing it, it's everybody doing it.
For years, it was Medicare for all. And Gordon Chester, San Jose D9. Hutch, brother, if Biden was endorsed by unions in 2020 primary, do you still say he was pulled after being elected? I'm so confused. Like, why? Why are these things mutually exclusive? I don't understand. I don't understand that. Biden was unquestionably pulled to the left when after he was elected. I mean, this is just demonstrably the case. Now it's Israel-Palestine. And I think they look at polls showing support for Israel dropping off of a cliff, especially.
He's gonna do the really dumb thing. He's gonna do the really dumb thing.
What am I gonna do?
And try to say, well, but people don't care about domestic. People don't care about foreign policy. People don't care about foreign policy at all.
I mean, they generally don't unless it impacts them. So, like, people do care about Iran because it's impacting them. It's driving prices up.
They do when it affects their oil prices. They do when it affects the cost of everything. They do when it crashes the global economy.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. They do. They absolutely do.
Yeah. Within the Democratic Party. And they see those polls and there's like a couple things going on for them when they see those polls. For number one, they take credit for that, which that is hilarious to me. That they think that they did that, which is...
They did do that. And again, I can make this argument. Like, but the unfortunate thing for him is I'm not going to be talking about Hassan when I make this argument, so he's going to be incapable of engaging with it.
The online left are taking credit for it. You think they're the reason why public opinion is turned away from Israel?
You want to know how the lefties did it? I'll tell you after. I'll listen to him, and then I'll tell you exactly how the lefties did it, and the lefties should get credit. Because it's very obvious, and Hutch doesn't give a fuck. Hutch is just going to Hutch's engagement is Twitter politics. Hey, not that I can blame him. My engagement has largely been for...
I actually, to be clear, like read the news, but okay.
Past year and a half, 2 years, Twitter politics. I'm getting a little more into it now, but I've been, more of a Twitter politics kind of guy, okay? So I'm not even saying that's impossible.
Is this just projection? Is this just a massive projection? Wait, hang on. We have to watch this again. He's like, Hutch only engages in politics on Twitter. Now I only engage on politics on Twitter, but is that what he just did?
But he's trying to...
Is that what he just did?
For the past, because it's very obvious, and Hutch doesn't give a fuck. Hutch is just going to Hutch's engagement is Twitter politics. Hey, not that I can blame him. My engagement has largely been for the past year and a half, 2 years, Twitter politics.
Wait, what? Oh no, my head is spinning right now. Because it seemed like he was saying, like, Hutch's opinion is stupid because he only does Twitter politics. And then he had to stop himself. He kind of caught himself a little bit. Was like, now, I only do Twitter politics. Well, if my opinion is invalid because apparently I only do Twitter politics. Yeah, it's not like not like I do like a weekly, long form, political like podcast every week and, read the news. But if you're going to try to invalidate my perspective because apparently I only do Twitter politics, it's kind of unfortunate that you would immediately follow it up with, now, I only do Twitter politics for the last year and a half. McMitty with $5. This is what I mean. It's all posturing, never substance. It's just reframing everything so you're in a bad posture. Pissy victim. And he's cool and smart. Yeah.
I'm getting a little more into it now, but I've been, more of a Twitter politics kind of guy, okay? So I'm not even saying that's impossible, but he's trying to criticize people who have a deep engagement, and that's embarrassing.
That is amazing to me that they think that.
Oh, is he going to make an argument on why they didn't do it, or...
Support for Israel just went down, 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 down. And it kept going down and it kept getting worse the more things escalated in Gaza. And
how do you know about it escalating in Gaza?
The Twitter left. The Twitter online left is the only reason I know things got worse in Gaza, you guys.
I know about what they're doing in Gaza. How do you know about what they're doing in Lebanon? How do you know?
I read the news. I pay attention to the news. The new, like the idea, what the news has not been covering Gaza and Israel for the last 2.5 years.
About all of this stuff? I'm going to tell you because guess who, in response to the 2024 election, or sorry, not in response, but just before the 2024 election, founded a news agency almost explicitly.
There is no way that he's saying that the only reason people know anything about what is happening in Gaza is because of drop site news. Excuse me? There's no way he's actually saying this.
To go and cover the Middle East and explicitly everything going on in Israel. Oh, like Ryan Grimm and Jeremy Scahill?
There's no way.
The people who came out and did all of the journalism have done
all of the journalism. Listen, I can forgive a little bit of hyperbole, but what the fuck are we doing here, guys?
a lion's share, a massive chunk of the journalism to publish exactly what Israel's been doing and get everybody to know what their crimes are, what they've been doing, keeping track of this for a long time. Yes.
Reuters, AP, Reuters, Associated Press, BBC, NBC, CBS. Like, really? There were no other news agencies that were extensively covering what was happening in Israel. Somebody linked this to me the other day, or yesterday. And we can see that Israel had been on the decline for, it looks like a period of 2018 to 2023. It had dropped 10 points from 2018 to 2023. It had already been on the decline. I assume that this drop had to do with Trump being so cozy with Netanyahu during his first term, is why it had started to drop so much. Because it had been relatively flat for like 10 years. And then, of course, after October 7th, it just went down, 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 down. But like the trajectory was already on a downward trend.
Yes, Mehdi Hassan standing on business, getting banned from MSNBC, getting fired from MSNBC, and founding Zateo. These are people who are leftists, or at least left-leaning, significantly left-leaning, and they risked everything. They've lost a lot, and they went all in because they thought this was a moral issue and they thought it was the right thing to do. Right? And yeah, exactly. You, by the way, continue to say this was a nothing burger. This was a nothing issue. There's nothing you could do about it.
I never said that Israel-Palestine was a nothing burger. It's like all we talked about for the first 6 to 9 months on the stream. It was every day we were diving in. I had already done like a fair amount of studying when it came to Israel-Palestine before all of that popped off. But I remember I spent a lot of time like catching up and learning more about what had happened in the 21st century specifically. I read a book by Benny Morris on the topic. Like, I actually made like a decent effort to educate myself a little bit on what had been going on.
These people actually moved the needle. So it's shameful to me. It feels like you should be shamed. I feel shame, okay? It's a shameful act to go and say, well, these people didn't do anything. They're taking credit for it. They didn't do anything. Yeah.
You feel shame? What? What do you feel ashamed about?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. It's possible that if Dropsite is never founded, if Zateo is never founded, that you have significantly less idea of what's going on in Israel, how it maps together, how you get any validation on any of the clips you see, right? You might have no idea what's going on.
What is this based on? He seems to be implying that like 80-90% of the coverage that we got out of Gaza came from Dropsite and Zateo. What the fuck is this based on?
Yes, so the lefties did do this, and the contemporaries of Crystal Ball did this. So when they take credit for it, you say thank you for covering this stuff. When I said it wasn't an issue, when I said it wasn't a big deal, when I said it wasn't a genocide, you founded a news agency.
I never said that this was not a big deal, but
to go and cover this stuff because you cared. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan Grimm. I appreciate you, Ryan Grimm. Thank you, Ryan Grimm. That's what you should say. Anyway, we continue.
Forward to early, about a year ago, actually. It's about a year ago now. Trump takes office, takes off the gloves completely, doesn't try to rein in Israel at all. They do an 11-week blockade, you know, near famine, near mass starvation event. And so like instead of understanding like why the public more and more was slowly turning on Israel, the left they're claiming credit for it as if their online activism and the student protests.
And it just, you can see like he literally, maybe is this just, I can't even tell if he's dumb or if it's like intentional, because he's picking like, he's basically trying to pick these consequential things. Even though the student protests, I think, were consequential because of the Trump overreach against them. But
who was president when the protests were happening? Excuse me? Why is this Canadian? Why is this disgusting Canadian? No disrespect to the Canadians in my chat. Talking about American politics. Donald Trump wasn't even president. Is he talking about the ICE crackdown for people who wrote like op-eds? That wasn't a response to the student protests. That's not what that was about.
He's trying to pick the least consequential things to fight with, right?
I take it back. I apologize to the Canadians. I apologize. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize.
Why don't you pick their strongest argument, which is things like Dropsite, things like Zeteo, forming these news agencies and covering this conflict honestly, providing people with this media. We're just going to pretend. We're just going to pretend that like, oh, well, actually, they didn't do anything. Shameful behavior, man. Same thing with the Cuba right? Ryan Grimm, a bunch of people, they go to Cuba, they try to take aid there, and everybody freaks out and says they're getting kids killed.
Did Ryan Grimm go to Cuba too? Was he on the flotilla?
Shameful behavior. As soon as, isn't it crazy that for so long the left was like mocked and shamed for not engaging? And then on the basis, I think from the impetus provided by the Israel-Palestine conflict, the genocide going on in Gaza, I think a lot of these people actually buckled down, got invested, got very...
JSTLK is an ex-groiper? See, I don't know if you guys are trolling or if you're serious with this lore. Is that true? I don't know if you guys are fucking with me. Is that true? Is he an ex-groiper? No, it's serious? Wait, what? It's serious? He was Jew stalker? Stop. You guys are fucking with me right now. You guys are fucking with me right now. I thought people were joking when they said Jew stalker. That was serious? Stop. He's a tanky and a Destiny stan? No, I don't think that's true. No bullshit. He's insane. I need some receipts. I need some receipts on this one. Where are the actual receipts on this one? Try doing some research. Stalkergate. Due to the uncommon pairing of letters in JSTLK's name, once he began his own stream, chatters ended up creating several nicknames. To make it easier to say, JSTLK's previous admission of consistently watching Nick Fuentes' streams and complimenting him for his intelligence, though never explicitly agreeing with particular controversial policies of Nick's, had led to a community perception of him being a groiper and referring to him as the Jew stalker. On the 18th of May, 2024, due to a Hassan stream where he had referenced JSTLK's position in the DGG community and negatively mentioned his affinity for Fuentes, JSTLK called into an episode of Anything Else to scold Dan for a previous promise Dan had made not to use Jew stalker nickname wanting to clean up his image, JSTLK had previously asked Dan to disavow any references to JSTLK being a groiper. Wait, hold on. Is there
Hutch is completely stuck.
Is there a link to that? The anything else episode 8. Is there not a link to that? Did all the anything else episodes get taken down? Some guy confronts Dan. Anything else?
Oh my god, episode 8.
8. That so many people thought that it wouldn't even go this far. Me, one of them.
Oh dear.
I noticed something. Lights are happening. Moment. Zerko was like, "So how much you yelled a lot instead of
memes?" And I am.
Oh wait.
A month ago. You have to be able to make sense of
we're
that.
the same age.
Yeah, you have to be able to make sense of that as a man who's almost 50 years old. And if you don't understand it, you can't possibly commit a crime with memes. And I am triggered. You triggered me. I am triggered.
Okay.
I'm triggered.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good. Let's not have this be a repeat of last time.
Did you see Hassan go ahead and call me a Nazi recently?
No.
So I asked you
Stop.
very nicely.
What?
Probably a month ago, not to do that meme, right?
To do what meme?
The Jew stalker meme.
I didn't. I haven't.
Call me Jew stalker, and then you.
Wait. What? Was JSTLK like in DGG at one point? Was he like a part of DGG at some point?
Implied I was anti-Semitic.
I did that once.
Yes. What the fuck? Like, what is this lore? I don't understand any of this. What? He was DGGer of the year? Wait, what? Wait, what? So what happened? I don't understand. Destiny used to go on JSTLK streams to discuss drama. They were like friendly? Excuse me? What? I am so confused. Hutch, seriously, how did you not know? I don't follow any of that stuff. I have never followed like any of that stuff. To be quite honest with you, I have what is the best way to describe it? Like the idea of like there's so much lore in DGG that like the thought of learning all that lore, it's in my mind, it's like the prospect of learning Cantonese or Mandarin or something. It's just there's so much fucking lore. Like there's so many things that get referenced that I have no fucking idea what people are talking about. Like, I've heard the name Lav thrown around about 1 billion times. I have no fucking idea who that person is. There's another name that gets thrown around. What? There's one name that gets thrown around a lot and I hear these things that are like referenced about this person. Shit. Pedophilia. Wait. I'm trying to think of the name. Not. Who am I thinking of? There's like one person. Oh, Mr. Girl. Yeah, that's the Mr. Girl. Like that's another thing. Like Kelly Jean. I've seen that name thrown around. Like all of this is like. I feel like it's like anime, you know, like if I was having a conversation with someone who's like a huge like Attack on Titan fan and they're referencing all these characters, or like One Piece, they're like referencing all these characters and these plot events and I have no fucking idea what they're talking about. I never followed any of like the DGG behind the scenes drama. Like I only paid attention to Destiny's like political takes, and the rest of it just always seems so messy to me. I would look at it from afar and I'd be like, that's That's a lot. Like, that sounds like a lot, you know? If DGG had superpowers, I would learn the lore. That's fair.
Once. Well, I said it. I think I said it in jest. We would have to go back to the clip and watch it.
Wow.
What do you think of this Jew stalker guy? I know you hang out in his chat a lot.
What about him?
He's like transition.
He's trans?
You told
I'm sorry.
me
You know what?
a few
I'm
weeks
sorry.
ago.
You are not the Jew stalker.
So I'm just wondering why it took this long.
Oh, well, I was busy, I guess.
Every single day.
So he's not. So it didn't. So it wasn't for Jew Stalker, was it? There's a manga about Lauren Southern romantic love of destiny. Stop! You're fucking with me right now. You're not being serious. You're not being serious when you say that. When you put those words together and form that sentence. When you say there's a manga about Lauren Southern romantic love of destiny? Well, now you have to show me. It's AI generated manga? This is a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in, you guys. Hutch is dealing with anything but the substance because he's being destroyed on the substance. If there's anything about me that you should know, it's that I rarely dive into the substance of things. That's true. It's from her book. She references the manga in her book. Wait, there's layers to this thing? After pushback from Dan, JSTLK then attempted to blackmail him, saying, "Every single day I am called Jew stalker, Groiper, Nazi in DGG chat or on the Reddit, and I'll be checking," in parentheses. "Every single day that it happens, I'll link blank. I'll link one random detail of what we were talking about earlier last month, okay? So I'm just incentivizing you to clean it up." What is all of it? What does it all mean? JSTLK would continue this crusade in DGG chat, leaking the Patreon revenue split of anything else, show, and lobbing further threats. As of the 19th of May, Dan and JSTLK appeared to be on good terms. This is in 2024. The Baldur's Gate incident. A complex piece of drama between Kelly Jean, JSTLK, All Relevant, and Wolfgang Ganged, as well as later involving Cherry. The group had a conflict involving pre-existing bad blood between All Relevant and Kelly Jean. All Relevant, I know. I don't know him well. I don't know if we've actually interacted directly all that much. As well as the group alleging that Kelly was consistently acting against the group's wider interests. Like in the game? Kelly and Cherry would go on to... Wait, is Baldur's Gate multiplayer? Isn't that a single player game? Baldur's Gate 3 is? Huh. I don't know if I knew that it was multiplayer. I've thought about going back and playing that game. I've thought about because that was really the only turn-based game that I had played before. Like, yeah, I think pretty much that was like the first. As well as the group alleging that Kelly was consistently acting outside the group's wider interests, Kelly and Cherry would go on to exchange personal comments in JSTLK's public Discord chat, eventually leading to an on-stream argument between the two, with Kelly leaving the server after criticism from JSTLK, Wolfgang, All Relevant regarding comments she made towards Cherry and her behavior towards the three. Kelly would go on to blackmail JSTLK, saying in private Discord messages that she would drop all information she knows that she has told her if JSTLK were to continue to talk shit or allow shit talk about her and suggest cleaning up the Discord, JSTLK would respond to her by telling her to just leak everything. And then there's like some kind of a screen capture. Ellie Jean, by the way, we are not friends anymore, or whatever it was classed as. Do not shit talk or allow shit talk about me, or I will drop all information I know that you have told me. I suggest cleaning up the Discord if you didn't already. I mean, and then JSTLK says, I mean, just leak everything. I'm not negotiating with someone who says shit like this. Go leak everything. You know, here's I'm gonna give you guys some free advice. I'm gonna give you guys some free advice, okay, from your boomer unk. And this advice will serve you well. You don't have to worry about any of this stuff. You don't have to worry about messages leaking and these kinds of things. If you just comport yourself, first of all, am I using that word right? Comport. Conduct oneself, behave. If you comport yourself consistently in your interactions with people, both in private and in public, then you never have to worry about things leaking. You never have to worry about any kind of like embarrassing things. And I would even take that further, and I would say a good rule of thumb in this world is to proceed under the assumption that everything you ever write will one day be leaked. I've practiced this kind of discipline for probably like 5 to 10 years. I didn't always have that kind of mentality. And then I watched way too many content creators have these massive scandals, and it kind of scared the shit out of me. And so at some point, I just started, like, everything I type, I assume it will one day be leaked, and then I act accordingly. And it's a good way to live your life, because you don't really need to, like, stress about, like, if my shit ever, you know, like, leaked or anything, I don't think there would be anything that would surprise anyone. And then also, like, if I have a problem with someone, I generally go directly to them, and I just tell them, like, what my problem is. And so I don't make it a practice of, like, talking shit about people behind their backs. Like, if I'm friends with someone, if I'm friendly with someone, and then they've done something that I don't like, that I felt disrespected, or I just have an issue with that behavior, I just go to that person and I'm very direct about that kind of thing too. Basically, I am too old for this drama. I am too old for this shit. I am way too much of a boomer for this kind of drama. None of this sounds fun. None of this sounds exciting. It all just looks stressful. All this lore just looks so stressful. Sounds like you're behaving like an adult in your 30s. Bold move. I'm in my 40s. But I learned this behavior. It started to become more ingrained behavior in my 30s, I would say. Yeah. Anywho.
That I'm called Jew Stalker in DGG chat or on the Reddit. I'll leak one random detail of what we were talking about earlier last month. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
So I'm just incentivizing you to clean it up. Have a good
Blackmail.
one, buddy.
I think that you personally, Steven, approach a lot of topics with, like, sort of this bad faith.
Do you live in a major city?
Okay. All right. We got the gist of it there.
Very effective in what they were doing, and now everybody's saying they should be out of the coalition. Isn't that interesting? As soon as some lefties start getting actually organized, start buckling down, start putting their shit together, people go, oh wait, no, these guys need to be out. Get them out. Get them out. Get them out. Get them out. Crazy.
were the reason. Ian with $2, you may as well call up Destiny for all the lore. I couldn't possibly think of something I want to do less than study up on like old DGG lore. No disrespect to DGG. If I'm gonna do something like that, I'd rather watch it like a fucking anime. You know, I'd rather give anime a shot than do something like that, okay? I enjoy the political discourse, and I couldn't possibly give a fuck less about all this other stuff. Swarm with €5 loaner box during his discussion with Soypill totally dismantled the argument of famine being evidence of genocide. Remember, Israel vaccinated kids. I haven't gotten around to listening to the full conversation with Loanerbox and Soypill, but I intend to because I have found Loanerbox to be a valuable resource in trying to understand more about what has been happening in that region and that the public turned on Israel and not like Israel's own conduct. The reason people turned on Israel is because the longer this thing went out and the more buildings were destroyed and the more people that were killed.
Okay. What did it look like when Crystal Ball had this conversation? What did it look like? Why did she know what it looked like? Why was her calibration to the issue appropriate and yours wasn't? That's the thing, right? She understands. She knows what's going on. She is appropriately calibrated right now. It's everybody else who is looking at this, not looking at what Gaza looked like when she did this interview, not looking at the situation there, and you're all judging her for her attitude. You could say, well, the lefties didn't do anything. Well, you're judging her right now for freaking out during the Trump administration, writing that blank check to Israel to do whatever they wanted, right? That's what she's freaking out about. That's what she's upset about. She's not upset that, like, hey, Israel's doing a ground operation. She's not saying, oh, how do you sleep at night? Because Israel just started ground operations like 3 days after October 7th. Okay, we continue. We keep going.
People are not going to support that forever. You know, after October 7th, Israel obviously was going to respond to that. And so people, I think there was a lot more support for Israel right after October 7th in the immediate kind of months that followed, where it's like, well, pick your nose more. It's because I just trimmed my shit. It's because I have a hairy nose. I'm a little hairy. I'm kind of a hairy man. I have a lot of hairs coming out of my body. And so sometimes I don't trim that shit as much as I should trim it. And then it gets itchy. It gets very, very itchy. And so there'll be streams when I'm doing fucking this the whole time. You probably don't know, Katarina. Do you have a lot of nose hairs? You probably don't understand what that's like. It's very itchy and uncomfortable. Just not your head. I've been starting to use shaving product. Look at that smooth finish, you guys. Look at that. Look at that shit. Look at that. I'm kind of a madman because
I just want to run my fingers through his chest hair.
I do have chest hair. I do have chest hair. My dad is like a fucking silverback gorilla. He's fucking hairy. He's a hairy man. I'm kind of a madman because the way that I would shave my head in the shower, I would just do that shit with just a razor and water. Just, you know. I never used like shaving cream. I would just get my head wet in the shower and then I wouldn't even have a mirror. I don't have a mirror when I shave my head. I just do it in the shower. But I was doing that shit just with water and it was taking too long. And so I just bought product for the first time to use to shave my head. I get the smoothest shaves now. Oh my God. Razor bumps galore. I don't get my skin doesn't get irritated when I shave my head. I don't get or my face really. It doesn't get irritated. That's not a bald cap. Unsubscribed. Yeah, true. True. That is a genuine shaved head. Obviously, they're going to retaliate.
Yeah, this is I actually know what it is now. And I believe this for Hutch. I don't believe this for a lot of the other people, but for Hutch, he's like, literally when he watches this, he hears Crystal Ball talking to him. How do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night? I think you have to tell yourself this. If you have a conscience, I think you have to tell yourself this, that there's nothing you could do. You did everything you could, and these people were unreasonable. I think that's a different form of rationalization of this event that I think Hutch is engaging in. Hutch needs to think that he couldn't have done anything, that he did everything he could.
I sleep just fine, just to be clear. My sleep has never been better. Specifically in the last 3 years, but that's not a correlation causation situation. I felt, I've talked about this a bunch. How many of you guys are old enough to remember like the Iraq War? I mean, the early stages of it. How many of you guys are old enough to remember the administration kind of like ramping up, creating more and more justifications to invade? You guys, how many of you guys are old enough to remember that? A lot of you guys would have been too young. But the decision to go to war in Iraq was not something that just happened like that. It was about a year and a half from September 11th until Operation Shock and Awe, which was the initial, I think it was 3 days at the start of the Iraq War, and they just bombarded Iraq with hella munitions. Just bombed the shit out of Iraq for 3 straight days. But in between Shock and Awe and September 11th, the administration had to build the justification. They had to galvanize support. They had to like propagandize. And so it felt like we were on this path, you know, and as an American citizen, and especially in my case, a young American citizen who was just becoming politically aware, I felt a connection to what was happening. Like I felt a sense of culpability. As a 18-year-old kid at college, I felt a sense of responsibility. Like there was like an urgency, you know, like I had to do something. And it felt like it was something that it felt like it was possible to stop. It's like, we can still stop this thing. We just got to fucking do it, you know, like that's what it felt like. And then it happened. And then it felt like I had done it. I don't know how to describe it, but my perspective was all fucked up. It felt like I had personally done it. And I felt this shame and this responsibility for like what was happening. And then in retrospect, I look back and it's like, of course, this thing was completely out of my control. Like I could not control the outcome. And I learned a valuable lesson from that experience. Because I was miserable in part because of my own kind of attitude about like what had happened, and my own like misguided sense of responsibility for this atrocity that was going on. And so I just don't think about things in those kinds of ways anymore. If it's beyond my ability to like meaningfully influence, or if it's beyond my ability to control, you know, like I don't feel responsible for the conduct of Israel and Gaza. Like I didn't do that shit. I don't have a say in what they do. And I think I'm just more realistic about that kind of thing. And so right after October 7th, I just assumed that Israel's response was going to be very extreme. I just assumed that what they were going to do was going to be, based on everything I knew about Israel, I just assumed like they're going to go really hard. And there was nothing I could do to stop that from happening. So this idea, like, I don't know, I think it's funny that JSTLK was like, he said something a few minutes ago where he's like, I feel like I could have done more. And it's like, you're a Canadian citizen. Like, what do you think that, I just don't believe him when he says like, oh, like I think about what I could have done more. I'm like, really? Do you really think about that? When you're laying in bed at night and going to sleep, are you really asking yourself if you could have done more as like a Canadian citizen? And so I don't take responsibility for that. It wasn't my decision. I had no say in the matter. So why would I be beating myself up when I lay down to go to bed? As an American citizen, one of many living in California, I view like the world in a very cause and effect kind of way. I don't think necessarily about the morals of things as much as I used to. I more think about things in terms of cause and effect. And 99.9999999 to infinity percent of the things that happen in this world are things that happen without any input from me. Like, I have no say in it. There's just there's a whole world out there that's spinning, and then there's people doing things in the world, and I have very, very little control over anything. Like, I have control over my decisions and how I conduct myself and what I bring into my relationships and like the kind of message that I put out here on this stream. And it's just, I have just a minuscule amount of like of influence in the world. And this idea that that there was really like much of anything that people could do to dissuade Israel from responding the way that they did was like they were always going to respond that way. And what's worse, the worst thing about all this is like Hamas knew that. Hamas knew that they were going to respond this way. They were counting on it. The whole purpose of October 7th, or what motivated it, was a sense of like a feeling like they were disappearing from the conversation. The Palestinians, Hamas, feeling like they were getting further and further away from their goals. When the Trump administration was negotiating the Abraham Accords, the whole reason for the Abraham Accords was for the United States to normalize relationships with countries in the Middle East, to establish, like trade partnerships and things like that. Right? Wasn't the Abraham Accords about like trade partnerships as well? They were trying to normalize relations with Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, I believe. Series of diplomatic normalization agreements between Israel and several Arab and Muslim majority states beginning in 2020. At their core, they established formal diplomatic, economic, and security relations between Israel and countries that had previously refused recognition. And then what were the countries that were involved? UAE? Yeah, sorry. This was facilitating, Qatar was not correct. This was normalizing relationships between Israel and some of these countries. The UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan. In any case, the Palestinians were not included in these conversations. And Hamas felt like the plight of Palestinians was becoming less and less urgent on the world stage. and they were getting further and further away from their goals. And so October 7th was an act of desperation. Excuse me, an act of desperation. They felt like they had to do something. And I think it's reasonable to think that they were hoping that they could pull other people into the conflict. I think they wanted to start like a war. And of course that didn't happen, and Israel responded the way that it did. And that was predictable, like what they were going to do. Like we all knew, anybody who knew anything about Israel on October 7th, after that happened, all of us understood like, oh boy, this is not going to be, this is going to be bad. Like the way that they react is going to be very, very bad. But do I think about like my part in all of that? Do I lose sleep at night? You know, beating myself up because maybe I could have done more? No. Why would I? There are a lot of things that happen in this world that are totally outside of our ability to influence. And I don't spend a lot of time, like, basically ever, beating myself up over things that are beyond my ability to control. I think that's a crazy way to live your life. I used to do that, and it made me miserable, and I don't do that anymore. I think I focus on the things that I can change. I try not to spend too much time thinking about things that I can't change.
And that these people were all unreasonable because, one, they have this criticism of him as well, and two, like, you do actually get to the point where it's like, dude, I called out all the people who were pointing this out. I was very mad at the person who knew what was going on. And that's what you have to really understand here is Alyssa Slotkin, she's asked and she says, I see all the military briefs on this area. I know what's going on. And Crystal says, like, how do you sleep at night? I can't. I feel like I'm not doing enough. How could you, as somebody who's in power, how can you sleep at night? Because like I spend every waking hour covering this, or I spend all my free time looking into this, and I don't think I'm doing enough. How do you sleep at night? Because I don't. I already don't. Or whatever the fuck she said, okay?
Obviously, they're going to do everything in their power to make sure that Hamas is never able to do that ever again. And so, you know, you can forgive a certain amount of destruction. You can forgive a certain amount of collateral damage in the pursuit of that kind of those kinds of like.
This is this is, if you're friends with people, which the US and Israel are friends, when your friend suffers like a tragedy and they're feeling like they need retribution, it's your job as a real friend to talk them down from that, to explain that that's not right and that needs to not be what you do. You need to not.
I mean, that's what Biden specifically did. I mean, you can argue that in practice he enabled them too much, and I think you're correct by doing that. But he specifically warned them about basically taking things too far. And he referenced America after 9/11 as a cautionary tale as to like why these things can spiral. A81068 with 10 Canadian. As a Canadian, the biggest thing I worry about is how much snow we're going to get and how long it's going to take for me to clear it off my car. Not my problem. Not my problem. I don't know what that's like. I wake up in the morning and 90% of the days that I wake up in Los Angeles, it's about 70 degrees. Not too humid. Not too windy. Basically perfect. I live in paradise is what I'm saying. A concrete paradise is where I live.
Not like compound, whatever.
Richard Wolf with $5. Can we chat a couple minutes about this? I'm in Discord. If not, no worries. About DGG lore? Oh dear. Am I going to regret this? Hello, is this Richard Wolf?
Hi, yes.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So I was just hearing you talk about, you know, some reactions that people were having in the wake of October 7th, like in the months after. And, you know, thinking back, I think that, you know, progressives maybe are kind of right about the fact that liberal establishment media was pretty bad in how they talked about Gaza as late as, like, I don't know, throughout most of 2024. from what I remember. Just an issue of justifying, like anytime anyone brought up like something bad that Israel did, of just bringing it back to October 7th and basically kind of saying, well, because October 7th happened, they can basically do whatever they want. That's like the kind of coverage and arguments I kind of remember from liberal establishment media. And I can kind of understand how that, if you care about this issue, seeing that all the time, like, understandably makes you go crazy. Does that make sense?
I think so, yeah. I think there were a lot of people in the media that were doing that, and you might call that like bad faith. And there's still a lot of people in the media that still do that. And, that is a problem. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and like Mehdi Hassan, like probably getting fired because of the coverage that they thought he was going to give to this issue. Like, that's pretty terrible. I don't think he was saying anything super unreasonable, back then. It's just sort of, it's crazy.
I'd have to go back and look at and see what he was saying, but I think Mehdi is a bit of a mixed bag, but for the most part, I think he's reasonable. I think like the big issue from the immediate post October 7 commentary from like the online left was that so much of it seemed like it was divorced from reality. Like the Hassan example is a really good example where when you ask him what should Israel have done in response to October 7th, the answer that he gives is, essentially like dissolve their own government and do a one-state solution with a full right of return. And that commentary is just so beyond absurd that it's counterproductive.
Yeah, and I totally agree. And I also did see a lot of, Hamas apologia, coming from that side, and I don't defend that at all. I think that's totally atrocious. But also, like, yeah, I don't know. I do think that the way liberals covered the issue is definitely a lot more consequential than the way like random lefties were talking about it. And then also, one other thing I wanted to bring up. Have you seen people bring up like active versus passive voice?
Yes.
Yes. So yeah, that's just another thing. That's also like crazy. And again, seeing that for months and months and months, like understandably will make you go crazy if you care about this issue, because it was just so atrocious, But yeah, that's all I got for you.
Yeah, I sympathize with that, and I agree. The way that the media covered, it wasn't just the problem after October 7th. The way that the media has covered Gaza for fucking decades has been just littered with very obvious problems and disgusting and dishonest framing. So yeah, I don't disagree about that.
Well, I really appreciate that. You take care.
Hey, take it easy. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Barry, can you hear me? Barry, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hi, sorry, I'm just trying to configure my setup. I'm not the most tech fluent, but I wanted to talk to you today about executive powers and how that pertains to the military.
All right.
So to frame this discussion properly, I think there's 4 really important concessions to make. Number 1 is that criticizing troops is not politically viable, and a criticism can be seen as insulting to troops, and you only have a limited amount of political capital for politicians. I just think our side needs to be aware of the dangers inherent. Number 2, government violence at the polls may not be sufficient to change the election. It requires specific targeting of key districts and swing states. Those could be like the 2020 ballot raids for likely targets. Number 3 is, I think, the law is on our side with like the 1st, 4th, 15th Amendment and Title 18 of the U.S. Code. And lastly, the U.S. military is an incredibly diverse institution. Every kind of American exists within its ranks, and good men have always had the chance to stand up and do the right thing. I believe there's millions of those such men in uniform as LEOs, active duty, or National Guard, and that Hegseth's unprofessionalism and incompetence is actively reviled by many in active duty and veterans. I just think they need help.
Are you it sounds like you think it's likely that the administration is going to try to do some kind of violence to sway the midterms? Is that what you're saying?
So here's how I would phrase it, is I would say I'm making an argument for a reserve parachute. Like whenever you go parachuting, the likelihood of your primary parachute failing is low, but the probability of a catastrophic life-threatening injury if it does fail is so high that you need a reserve parachute.
Right. I see.
Like the absolute probability. I won't say like there's a 50% chance that it will happen, but there is evidence that this could be on the docket. The primary evidence I would point to is Todd Blanche at CPAC saying that they need to bring ICE to the polls. And he was saying, why can't we bring ICE to the polls?
Right.
That was the active attorney general.
Yeah. I mean, the regulars, the stream regulars will know that my thoughts on that, which is if this administration announces, that they're going to send ICE to polling stations across this country, that shit is going to boost turnout. It is not going to depress turnout. And I don't think this administration is at all. I think I understand the point that you're making. You're saying like, don't disparage service members. Most of the service members are, good, and it's a diverse pool of patriots and this kind of thing. And we're going to have to rely on them to do the right thing in November. But I got to tell you, I'm not overly concerned about it right now. I don't think that.
So I think there's a two-pronged approach to this. One, that like I do think that the threat of some kind of violence at the polls is legitimate, and I think that we need to discuss it. But also, this pertains to the larger conversation about illegal orders. In particular, I think the strongest case for illegal orders being followed and carried out would be the Venezuela double tap boat strike. I'm not a JAG. I'm not in uniform. I can't profess any expertise to this, but everything I've seen and come across suggests that that was in violation of U.S. law, not appealing to broad international law, not appealing to any kind of moral ethics, just U.S. law that seemed very open and shut, an illegal order that was followed, and the consequence of that was that Admiral Halsey of Southcom stepped down abruptly, and he was replaced by someone more pliable and willing to follow illegal orders.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, I agree with you. I think it's not so much a problem in liberal spaces, but for like the online discourse, there's a lot of disparaging of service members, and like I've never been on board with that. So yeah, I agree with you. I think
absolutely. And what I'm advocating for is to help them, and I think that there are some really good examples of people that have done stuff that can help. Like if you look at Ryan Schwenk's testimony, the ICE trainer from Georgia, where he went to Congress and talked about deliberate attempts to subvert the Fourth Amendment and requirements for judicial warrants in his field. That's a subject matter expert risking his own neck and his own career to do the right thing and to stand up. Another example would be the quote-unquote seditious six that stood up and just read the UCMJ, just read it and said that you must not follow illegal orders.
Yeah.
The problem comes when the reaction from the thought leaders and influencers on the right is to say that they all want attention and that they're doing this for political reasons when they're just reiterating the rules. And I think that I was very happy to see Mark Kelly like on the Live and Learn program and people supporting that. I think that that support needs to be spread throughout the ranks of the military, throughout law enforcement, and that needs to become the norm. Another good example would be the AG in Arizona, I believe, where she said very clearly, if ICE goes in, masked up, no identification, that could trigger stand your ground laws. That kind of very clear orders to people and understanding of the standing law to say, hey, we can't allow this to happen, that ICE needs to comport with the laws. And the law is on our side when it comes to elections. I'm not making that argument either. Like, all of the laws support our side. I think they will try it, though, given the Trump administration's penchant for illegal activity.
Maybe. I just want to reiterate, though, I'm really bullish on like America, and I don't like, I really don't think that Trump has anywhere close to the level of support that he needs to pull off some kind of a election heist or something like that. And in fact, I think I think that would be something that would plunge him down into like the mid or low 20s. And at that point, you are having a conversation about like maybe trying to whip votes in the Senate to convict for an impeachment. There was a poll that just came out this morning that has him at 32%, which is, do you follow the Bulwark? You know, Sarah Longwell?
Yes, sir.
She was talking, I think she has referred to this number as the Bush line. What the fuck? Sarah Longwell follows me. Oh my God, I'm fangirling right now.
Hell yeah.
We got to get her on the pod. But yeah, I think she's been referring to that number as like kind of like the point of no return, where it's just a death spiral for the administration. It's just one poll. It's an outlier poll, and so you know, I don't know if we should, you know, toss it in the averages and go about your day, but I appreciate the the vigilance that you're describing here. I think that Americans like should be aware of the dangers and like be aware of like Trump's potential like intentions to do something like this. But
I apologize, and I don't want to take up too much of your time. But
yeah, I do want to get back to the Go ahead.
The numbers.
Okay. Yeah.
So really quick. So if we look up the last election, we can see that in the military in particular, it was like 55% non-voters and then 45% voters. And of those voters in the military, around 60% were Trump voters in 2024.
But in 2020, I think a majority of armed service members voted for Biden, if I recall correctly. Pretty sure.
That may be true.
I'm pretty sure.
Off the top of my head, I feel like more of them were for Trump. But in any case, I would argue that the majority of people in uniform are kind of on that disengaged political nihilist bent. And my concern comes in when...
Were you in the armed services?
No, sir.
Okay.
But my concern in talking to a lot of these people is that the primary thing that drives them in deployments in Iraq, Afghanistan, or wherever their job is not duty to the Constitution, although they take an oath. It is security and defense of the person in uniform next to them, which is entirely understandable.
Right. Yeah.
So my concern is
they're trained to not think about. They're trained to not think about politics. They're trained to protect the people that are serving with them. Yeah.
Yeah, which isn't a problem. It makes sense. Like, it's a very human reaction. But if there were a scenario where, say, Governor Abbott deployed the Texas National Guard to secure federal officers and federal buildings, which was the legal justification used for National Guard deployments with ICE interactions before. And say there's a fresh green National Guardsman and he's deployed around a polling station and there's ICE agents going to intimidate people at the polls. That guardsman will have to make... Well, I understand, but that guardsman will have to make a decision between ruining his career and doing what's right for the Constitution. Now, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict the future. I don't know what's in that young guardsman's heart. But I feel like having that conversation publicly and getting more people, especially in uniform, to think about where the line is for them is really important. I really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Yeah, just to close it out. I mean, I do think we're going to see a lot of warnings from politicians, Democratic Party officials, liberal and left commentators. And so, you know, I think a lot of people are going to be sounding the alarm on this the closer that we get to the midterms. But you know, they can't stop what's coming. Like they can't stop the ocean from rising. And so it's
Absolutely.
just
Like electorally, we're in absolutely great shape. We're awesome.
They're fucked. So yeah. Good talking to you.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
Bye. We'll do one more here. And then hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right.
Oh,
I've
boy.
been wanting to get in for like a few weeks, about various topics, honestly, but I just want to get you on this one. The Slotkin thing. I guess maybe I have a different tact about it since I like watching like older interviews, but it feels like the Breaking Points interview that they had with Slotkin, the reason why I enjoyed it so much as someone who's like more progressive leaning is that you really don't see a lot of like challenge from the people from towards Democratic politicians towards the spaces they like to hang out in. So for me, as someone who doesn't see much
Wait, really?
conflict towards yeah, no,
Really?
there's like
I
barely any.
see the
like,
Democratic Party politicians getting challenged by liberal media constantly, personally, but that's just me.
Nowhere near to the level that Slotkin was getting grilled on the Breaking Points interview, though. Like, you gotta consider that those are like two different levels, right? Like, Kamala, again, obviously, she would have been the better candidate in 24 against Trump, but like, you have to realize that she cowered out of so many interviews. She refused to go and engage with like new media like how Trump did. And I guess what is your answer to the Democrats' kind of refusal to embrace the new media landscape the way the right has, because the right has just like absorbed and embraced it and become like a cultural touchstone as much as it sucks that that's the case.
Well, we talked about this a lot on the podcast in the months that followed the 2024 election. I completely agree that the Democrats have not updated their priors in terms of how they view media engagement, and they neglected the alternative media space to a degree that goes beyond irresponsible. It just feels like they it was just like, it was inexcusable the extent to which they ceded all that territory to the right in terms of like the alternative media. But
well, yes,
and hold on real quick. But I'm curious to see if you agree. The Democrats have a challenge in that space that the Republicans don't have to contend with, which is the Democrats have to deal with the fact that the online discourse from the left is not representative of like the median Democratic Party voter. They're well to the left of the median Democratic Party voter. And the way that they raise their profile, I mean, like the individual commentators, like people like Crystal Ball and Wahajat Ali and Emma Vigland, the way that they boost their reputation in those spaces is by like trying to skewer the Democratic Party. And you don't have this issue on the left, or I'm sorry, on the right. Like there's an asymmetry, here that's just crazy, because if you're a right-wing commentator, the way that you build a big audience and get engagement online is by shitting on the Democratic Party 24/7. And the way that you build an audience and boost your name, like name recognition online for leftist media, is by shitting on the Democrats. Like everybody builds a reputation in the online space by shitting on the Democrats constantly.
Okay, so to go from there then, do you think that the reason why the Democrats get shit on in these media spaces so much is, do you think there's like any justified reason for it at all, or do you think it's just like completely out of nowhere and there's like no like dissatisfaction from the Democratic performance over the past however many years?
No, I think sometimes I think sometimes the criticisms are fair, and the commentators are tapping into a justified anger that people have. But I'm talking about beyond just the individual interactions that are taking place there's like a systemic problem that I'm talking about. I'm like trying to zoom out to get at a more macro level, which is that
Okay,
like, you know, like channels like the Majority Report and Breaking Points and Kyle Kalinske or whatever, their whole MO is to constantly shit on the Democrats and treat them with like as little charitability as possible.
I mean, yeah, I obviously, there's a thing I kind of been noticing from liberals such as yourself lately, where it feels like you guys really, really want to paint the left as like not hating Republicans, but I watch a whole like host of like different more liberal to like more progressive like content. Like I can't stand people like Hassan, but like when I watch these more progressive people, like I see them just as much as they will talk about the Democrats, they'll talk about the right being awful tenfold. So I guess I sympathize with the left, the more progressive side, because right now it feels like Dems are just not meeting the moment. And when you see them get challenged, people such as yourself just kind of like don't agree with that challenging. Like Slotkin did terrible in that interview, and when an average person will watch that interview, they'll see such a horrible fumble from her, just like unable to answer the questions.
Disagree. I listen. I think you're projecting. I think you're projecting.
No,
I think you're projecting the experience that you have or the perspective that you have.
No, I want to add a caveat to say that if I think you had someone like I think even Obama would have done better if he was in like that same hot seat. But like these current and that's why Obama was able to do so well, is that he has like the charisma, he's able to carry the conversation. But a lot of these Dems, I feel like they're just not rhetorically sharp enough. They just kind of fumble under any real pressure.
Have you listened to
Yes,
Slotkin?
Yes, she crumbled under pressure. She folded
She
in immediately.
crumbled. I see. This is what I mean when I say I think you're projecting your perspective, because like when I watched that interview, I watched an adult remaining composed in the face of like a belligerent interlocutor. I thought that Crystal Ball and Sagar were behaving like actual children. And that
is insane to me. That is insane to me.
I mean, what do you make of the fact that every time they asked her a question, she would begin to answer the question in good faith and start to give like really detailed answers, like thoughtful answers, grown-up answers, and basically every time, go back and rewatch it and look for what I'm pointing out right now. Every time Slotkin started to answer the every time. Wait, hold on, real quick. Every time Slotkin started to answer the question, they would just interrupt her and deflect to a non sequitur. Like they just ignored the substance of what she was saying. Like every time.
I kind of feel like she was doing that though, because like she was giving like the same generic Democrat speaking points. No, she was like every time you criticize like a Democrat, they're like, "Oh, well, I have to care about my constituents who believe like unicorns are real, and I have to like cater to them."
Wait, what? You don't think that's a reasonable answer when a politician says, "Listen, you know, like what Slotkin was saying in that moment was." Like the online discourse is one thing, but when she speaks to her constituents, they're not necessarily thinking about things in the same way. And senators do have to prioritize their constituents. That's their job. That's their literal job.
Okay, but do you really think that whoever Slotkin's constituents are, like they have like it's the same thing as like Chuck Schumer like going on about this like mythical centrist voter couple that he like always talks to and has conversations with. Like it's just such bullshit. Like
but centrists are real though. They're not mythical. They're real people. Like they're
a depleting brand as, in my opinion, people become more polarized to the left or the right. Like a lot of you have to understand that a lot of
that might be true, but they're not mythical. But hang on, the fact that we have less swing voters and less moderates now doesn't mean that we have no moderates.
Okay, I want to ask you a question, because like people think maybe you think differently, but a lot of people think that moderates are like like a complete 100% hodgepodge of issues. Like they'll just be like completely incoherent, which I think is somewhat the case. Like I do not trust the average voter to have a coherent worldview at all, but there tends to be patterns and like consistent behavior to their thinking. So then, following from that, what would you say to a person who believes in like, I don't know, like trans healthcare, but they don't believe in like they believe in the flat earth as well? Like how many people do you think are actually like that?
I don't think very many people believe in flat Earth, but I mean, like, if you, I would. Can you give me a more realistic take here? You know, there are a lot of people now. There's a growing kind of archetype with voters right now where they're like economically liberal but socially more conservative. Like that's more, I think, in line with reality. And you know, as to how to like win those voters over, well, you know, cater your messaging to.
I do not. Maybe I'm wrong, but I do not see a more economically progressive while socially conservative. I've not been seeing that unless you're talking about like I don't know,
Well,
like
it's just
insane.
undeniable. It's just undeniable when we look at like declining approval for gay marriage, for example, or declining approval for like particular policies with respect to trans people.
Why do you think the approval ratings of these things are going down?
I think that in this country and in many other countries, but it's especially pronounced in this country, the political pendulum is a very real phenomenon. And I think that the pendulum swung away from Trump, like culturally on culture issues, to such an extreme degree during his first term. And the discourse was like the boundaries of the discourse was set by some very like scoldy kind of people during the first term. And I think that turned a lot of people off. And I think that the right-wing media apparatus are very relentless in their propaganda. And, you know, it worked. But I think we're already seeing signs of the pendulum swinging away like pretty massively from the current administration right now. And so, you know, I don't know, it's a complicated problem. Okay. I think there's a lot of reasons why we started to see like less support for gay marriage.
I think you're admitting something here that I feel like maybe I'm again reading you wrong, but liberals kind of are selective on where they realize that the right like plays these narrative games. They're able to set the narrative. They're basically able to like
I don't
invent
agree.
issues.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that the right sets the narrative. I said that it's a pendulum swing. So sometimes the right sets the narrative, sometimes the right sets the narrative, and sometimes the left sets the narrative. Like right now, I think the left is setting the narrative.
I mean, okay, I think what's happening
That's
now
obviously
is
happening. I mean, like how do we go from 35% approval for getting rid of ICE to 55%?
Okay.
Is that the right setting the narrative?
Who on the left is setting the narrative right now? Who are the big cultural figures in the progressive movement, in your opinion?
It's not just the progressive movement, though. It's not just the progressive movement. It's like liberals and the progressives online that are, you know, like setting the narrative right now.
But Democrats are historically unpopular. Why do you think that is?
That is driven, I think, primarily by dissatisfaction within the party, because the Democrats lost to Donald Trump twice, and nobody likes a loser, especially not one who lost to someone as polarizing as Trump. But that doesn't mean that the right is winning the culture war right now. Like, look around, look at these election results that are happening, and like look at Donald Trump's numbers. Look at the commentary. Like, how can you disagree with me that the right is losing control of the narrative or has lost control of the narrative when Donald Trump has lost like 99% of the podcast bros that were, you know, nominally like or that were supporting him in 2024. Like, they've all turned on him except for Rogan at this point. Like, that's kind of an interesting bellwether, right?
Okay, I would agree with you to an extent because I think if we're going to take like the pendulum swing, we're swinging back towards the middle, but I don't think we're going to gravitate back towards the left again. And what I mean by that is that
Not the
there is a
scoldy
lot
left.
of
Not the scoldy left. But it'll.
I don't want the scoldy left. I don't like the scoldy left. But it's also, you have to understand that that's like a thing that the right invented. Like they amplified a few annoying voices on Twitter and
I don't
acted
think
like,
no, I don't
oh,
think they I don't think they
scoldy-
fully invented that. I mean, some of it was exaggerated by the right, but there was a lot of scoldy shit that happened for years. There was a lot of like really intense, scoldy, smug, self-righteous, counterproductive, destructive like rhetoric that happened. You know,
compared
that
to
was
the
real.
constant, like, oh, kill all, whatever, fucking kill all brown people, kill all trans people rhetoric from the right that's happened over the last 10 years. You think those two things are in any way comparable?
I never said
The
that
level of-
I never said that the right doesn't have problems with their rhetoric. I agree with you. Their rhetoric is 1,000 times worse.
My point here is that one is not a real issue, and one is a very concerning, elevating, ramping up towards something
I think
real
it is,
bad.
but I think it is a real issue. I mean,
okay.
why do you think that pollsters now have identified a baked in disadvantage for the Democratic Party label? So, you know, they go to voters in Nebraska and they ask them how they feel about this or that policy. And it'll be like, okay, like 60% of the respondents say they like the policy. But then they ask a different group about the same policy and they say, this policy is being proposed by a Democrat and support for that policy goes down like 15 points. Like, why do you think that happened? I think a lot of people in the country, I think a lot of people in the country genuinely felt and feel resentment towards that scoldy kind of left-wing advocacy. They really, really, really don't like.
But if we're talking about that kind of scoldy attitude, like you kind of fall into that. You literally do the thing where you're like, don't you see, pleb? Liberalism has done so much for you, even though that we're miles behind every other European country in healthcare and enjoyment and years of our lives. We're so many years behind it. But aren't you happy? We're going to get another do-nothing Democrat in 2028. We're going to get
I don't think the
Kamala
Democrats
Harris in there, and
do.
we're going to get tiny incremental policies. And then you want to know what's going to happen from there? I think we're going to get full-on Nazi in 2032. I think that what you push for and the type of things that you advocate for,
I don't think
we're
the
gonna
Democrats
get.
do nothing. I don't think they do nothing. I think that's fucking
But to
ridiculous.
the voters, they do nothing. But to the voters, they do nothing. Like, I'm sorry, I will agree with you.
Well,
I
think
agree
that,
with you
but I think that's a product of the problem that I was talking about. All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, on paper, Joe Biden was a great president. Like, I won't disagree with you for a second on that. Joe Biden had a lot of good policies. He got us through COVID. There was a lot of good things that Joe Biden did. However, he was nowhere near the transformational, powerful change that voters wanted, and they were very dissatisfied with him.
How could you say that? How could you say that the voters how could you say that the voters wanted transformational change when they voted for a 50-50 Senate? That's not an electorate that is asking for transformational change. How do you make sense of that? If the voter, if the electorate really, if the electorate was really yearning for like massive radical transformational change, why did primary voters choose Joe Biden first of all, and then why did he like barely win the presidency second of all, and then why was the Congress so why were the margins of his majorities in Congress so small? That's not an electorate that is like looking for radical transformational change, man.
Listen, this is complicated. So and again, I'm not trying to talk you down. I'm just trying to explain my thought process and my reading of the situation just from how I generally see it. I think the voters want something, but the way they try to get there is very stupid. And it doesn't work out for them. But so basically what I mean by that is they think Joe Biden is like the best candidate for whatever reason. I think that he wasn't, but they pushed him through. Joe Biden. Okay. We get Joe Biden in office, but there are a lot of, like, let's say, straggler groups that don't want to vote for Joe Biden. Joe Biden gets in. He doesn't have nearly enough to get more radical change done. He doesn't get enough done. He's out. Kamala gets put
Well, you
up
keep bringing
last
up
second.
radical change, but like I want to cut you off, and I just want to ask you, Gallup, they polled Democratic voters after 2024, and they asked them, do you want the party to moderate, stay the same, or become more left wing? And moderate and stay the same collectively was 70%. 50% of the party said that the voters, 50% of the voters said the party should moderate. 20% said that it should stay the same, versus 30% who said that it should become further left. So I think your assessment of the current electorate is just wrong. I don't think it's true that
if it's true, then I don't know, GG, I guess, because I think that this kind of thinking, maybe the voters are stupid. They're going to walk us off into the fucking ocean, I guess. We're going to get Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris in 2028 with like a 50-50 Senate. They're going to do like, okay, good policy here and there, just like stuff that's good on paper, but isn't enough to brag or write home about. And then in 2032, when people are dissatisfied and didn't feel like Kamala or Gavin did enough, we're going to see an open Nazi or an open far-right candidate.
I don't think that's any way to live your life, man. I don't think it's any way to live your life thinking that you can make these kind of confident takes 6 years out from the 2032 election. Like, you really have no idea what's going to happen in the short term. I think it's just as plausible.
You really think the pendulum won't snap back if we don't get a really good?
The pendulum is always going to
candidate in
snap
there?
back. It's always going to snap back, bro. That's my point. Like, you're trying to construct some kind of a future where the Republicans never win power again, and that's not going to happen. They are going to win elections in the future. So it's about.
But it's GG. It's good game.
It's not GG though. It's not GG.
The right gets to do whatever they want forever. Then okay.
No,
fine.
Listen, I can forgive a bit of hyperbole, but that's not true that the right gets to do whatever they want. That's not. At the state level, there's.
Okay, no, they get to shoot for the moon. They get to do. They try to do 100% of what they want. They claw
the SAVE Act literally the SAVE Act literally just failed in the Senate yesterday. They can't even get the SAVE Act passed.
They can't do literally every single thing. Yeah, no shit. The things are real, but they're also insane. But guess what? The 50% of Project 2025 has already been accomplished in some shape or form. Like it or not, the Republicans, as stupid as they are, the voters for them at least, like they're barreling through.
But this commentary drives me insane, man, because Biden was, by any reasonable standard, like 100 times more effective at like getting things done. But the way you talk about, like, he got more stuff done, like more significant stuff done, like more significant, meaningful policies got done when Biden was president. But you describe his presidency as though he did nothing, and then you describe the Trump presidency like he's doing everything. You just said we're going to elect another do-nothing Democrat. Didn't you just say that?
In the eyes of the voters, do nothing. The reason why Biden lost is because people were unhappy with Biden. To the people, he didn't do enough. He didn't do enough things. I'm sorry.
But don't you understand the contradiction here? You're describing Biden's, a track record as wholly lacking, even though he got more stuff done than Trump. And then the way that you talk about Trump is like, oh, he's just doing everything. Like, I think your perspective is skewed.
He's torn apart multiple of our end. He's torn apart the Department of Education. He's put RFK Jr.
Biden chopped childhood poverty in half. He passed the largest climate bill of any country ever. Do you realize that? Like the IRA was the largest climate bill ever in the history of ever. But the way you talk about him is like, well, he didn't really do much. And then it's like Donald Trump is doing everything,
Oh my God. To the eyes of the average voter living their day-to-day lives, yes, Biden's policies were good. Biden did good things. I've admitted this to you over and over.
Well, you could do your part.
Did good shit.
You could do your part in convincing voters. You could do your part by not repeating this idiotic line that we hear from like the online left, which is like the Democrats do literally nothing. Just stop repeating that, and then maybe you can, help convince some of your friends and the normies in your life that this is just not true. It's just not true.
Because from their perspective, they do nothing. And I'm sorry, that's a shitty thing to contend with.
Well, help me fight this silly perspective by telling the truth and being honest about what Democrats do. When you give Democrats power to do things, they do things. Like Spanberger has signed an insane amount of legislation into law already within just the first few months of her governorship in Virginia. They're doing big things in Virginia because a Democrat won an election. They're actually doing things with that power, and they're doing things at the state level all over the fucking country. The last times, tell me what has happened when the American voters have given in the last, we'll say 75 years. Tell me what has happened when the American voters have given Democrats big enough majorities to actually pass things, to break a filibuster to pass things. Can you tell me off the top of your head?
Honest to God, the last hugely transformational shit we had was the fucking New Deal, and I think that's older.
No,
than
that's not
75.
true. What are you talking about? Bro, LBJ, he signed the Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act, Medicare, Medicaid, Fair Housing Act, the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act. Obama did the ACA. I mean, these were transformational things, bro.
Obama did a watered down ACA even with the fucking supermajority.
How many people? Tell me if you know.
Because there was a convenient fucking rotating villain. There's
Tell me
always
if you
some
know.
fucking guy. There's always some fucking Joe Manchin, Kirsten Sinema. There's always a fucking villain.
Tell me if you know. How many people are insured currently only because the ACA was passed? Do you know?
I'm sure it's a great amount. I don't.
Yes.
You
Yes.
think that?
Yes.
You think that? I don't know why you're thinking so
Guess.
simply
Just
here.
tell
I'm
me. Just
trying to-
guess. Like how many people have healthcare coverage right now specifically because of the ACA?
Probably like 80 million or something. I don't know. Maybe more.
I like your spirit. It's closer to like 45 million. 45 million people have health insurance right now because of the ACA. And you're telling me that wasn't transformational?
That's good. But guess what? We're still
No,
years
beyond
and
good.
years-
It was transformational.
Yes, it's good. But guess what? We're still decades behind other European countries in our healthcare. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Like these things, guess what? I call them incremental. These are good things. But guess what? To the average person who's, again, very
I think the average person who now has healthcare because of the ACA, I think their lives are considerably better because they have healthcare coverage. But I can't get.
But they don't.
I can't get
but they
you
don't
people.
perceive that.
Yes,
But
they
don't perceive
do.
that.
What are you? You should, bro. I want you to talk to someone who has healthcare because of the ACA and ask them if they feel like the ACA helped them. I've had so many exchanges with people throughout the years that have told me that they would be dead without the ACA. There are many such cases. You should actually talk to people who have coverage because of this policy, and they will tell you, like, fuck yeah. I mean, like, I'm so glad that passed. And that's 45 million people, man. That's not nothing. That's huge. Luce, thank you so much for the raid. Hey, listen, I enjoyed this conversation, but actually, you know what? Smodge wants to talk to you.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
Hi, Dick. So you did this thing in the Discord as well, where you said the Democrats do nothing and the Republicans get to do whatever they want. Can you name me two things that that Republicans have done, just got away with it? Can you name me two things?
They've abolished the Department of Education. Basically, they've put in RFK Jr. in our sorry, the brain is soup right now. The FDA, right?
HHS.
Sorry, yeah, he basically all of our vaccines. He's pushing away measles research. He's undoing our vaccine coverages. Like these are huge, gigantic fucking problems that we're going to face down the road. Like
I
these
agree.
are going to start
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
back.
Let me just stop you there. Is that just doing the thing, as in breaking norms and breaking the barriers, or is that something that the Democrats could have done as well if they wanted to?
The Democrats, I don't know. I mean, yeah,
There you
sure,
go.
on
You
paper.
don't know. No. We'll go with that. You don't know because this is
No, no,
consistently what you do,
no.
Deck. No, you said it, not me. You consistently did this. Is you were saying things in the Discord, going, "Oh well, Republicans could just do this," and when we pushed back against it, you gave in the Discord, I believe, you gave the tariffs as an example, and then when we said they're being stopped at every turn, they were stopped by the Supreme Court. He can't do them. You then turn around and said, well, why can't the Democrats just do something like that? You want the Democrats to do that? Is that what you want to do? No. So why are you bitching? Because it isn't breaking norms.
My point is that the entire fucking Republican game for the past however many years has been fucking go and loot the fucking banks, just fucking rob everyone, and you guess what? You can run out the door with the money, and you guess what? The Democrats will just stand at the door and wag your finger and says, "Don't do that again. Don't
What are they
rob
meant to
us
do? What are they
again."
meant to do, Deck? Come on, tell me right now. What are they meant
Prosecute
to
these
do?
fucking people. Throw them in the fucking
How?
jail.
They don't
I
have power, you
care.
stupid bitch. They do not have power. How are they meant to do it?
He called you a stupid bitch. All right, listen.
Fucking God.
I enjoyed this
Oh my
exchange, but I want to get back to the video. It's good talking to you both.
You're fucking
Hey,
Oh
okay,
my
all right.
God.
Jesus Christ. The ball jokes have to stop. It's not
All
funny.
right, you're fucking bored.
It's not, okay. Well, it's not funny. I don't think it's funny. Mr. Feeney with $5. ACA made it illegal for insurance companies to deny coverage or charge higher premiums due to pre-existing conditions. Huge Obama W. This guy sucks. Ugh. I just, people, it starts to make more sense when you realize that a lot of the people, when they say the Democrats aren't doing anything, what they really mean is, in their minds, like they didn't go far enough. But that is a very different thing than saying they didn't do anything. Like Obama himself even agrees that the ACA was basically a starting point. It was never the end goal. But the reason why he ran on the ACA and then pursued the ACA was because he knew that he could get that done. And we just didn't have the kind of support for single payer or for something like expanding Medicare to everybody. We just didn't have nearly the amount of votes that we would have needed in the Congress to pass something like that back in 2009. And he knew that. And so instead, he did what I want my leaders to do, which is focus on doing things that you can get done. Don't waste your time, because you have very little time in politics. Like, you're not going to be in power forever. And so I don't want my party and my politicians, my elected representatives, my senators, my presidents, I don't want them wasting time on things that can't get done. Just to give the impression to people that they're fighting. That's not fighting. That's just wasting time. It doesn't do anything. I don't want my politicians to make perfect the enemy of good. I don't want my politicians to reject bills that in their minds don't go far enough, but then we don't get anything. I don't want that. I think that that's bad. And as far as an aversion to incremental change, that is the incremental change is just the inevitable outcome of democracies, especially in democracies with 340 million people. It is difficult to forge consensus in democracies. Like, I think democracies are the best system that humans have devised so far in the many millennia of like human existence. I think liberal democracies in particular are the best system that humans have come up with to devise a system that is like most just and most fair It is not perfect. There are problems. There are limitations. But incremental change is what you get, especially when you have a system with like the American system that has so many protections for like the minority party. It's just really hard to build the kind of consensus that you need to pass a bill like single payer or something like that. It's a lot. That takes a lot of work. That takes, and the big changes that have occurred in human history over time, women's suffrage, labor protections, overtime pay, the 5-day work week, 40-hour work week, paid sick leave, and all these kinds of things. The franchise for black voters, ending discriminatory Jim Crow laws, everything you can think of, abolition of slavery, everything you can think of was the product of decades of activism. None of these things happened overnight. But you work and you work and you work and you build and you build and you build. And then when you have the moment, there's going to be a moment that comes along where you get to swing big. And when Democrats have been given the kind of power to swing big, they have swung big. LBJ and Barack Obama, those are the only two Democratic Party presidents that had filibuster-proof majorities in the Senate. And both of them swung big with those majorities. And, might I add, they both paid a political price for it. That's political capital. That's what political capital is. They spent their political capital to swing big and pass really transformative bills. And they got punished for it. That's usually how it goes. LBJ also swung that fucking enormous cock of his, didn't he? Snow Swords with the tier 2 membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I remember being in my early 20s and mad at the world. You'll grow out of it eventually. Hopefully you will grow out of it eventually. I think like being young, like high school is being like very naive and very protected from the evils of the world, and then being like an early adult is when you discover that the world is kind of fucked up and not very fair, and there's a lot of suffering that goes on, and so you get kind of down in the dumps about that. And then you get older and you get some more perspective, and then you realize it's maybe not as bad as you thought it was. Maybe I'm massively projecting here, but it's not about winning big, Hutch. It's about it's that all the people they dislike must lose. Yeah, like what's his name from the fucking Star Wars sequels? Mr. Feeney with $5. I think I already got you for that. All elite memes with $5. I think it's linked to a rise in religiousness across the country, particularly with young men. It forms a dichotomy between social and economic values. That's actually not true. Religion is still on the downward swing. It's these it's these like trad bros that are just lying to people about how like the church is making a comeback. It's just not true. Like church attendance, religious affiliation, these numbers have been trending down for 2 decades now, 2.5 decades. You also ignored my super chat. I'm so sorry. Hang on. XIXis, thank you so much for $2. Hassan's solution was not see last solution. Jesus Christ. And I think I'm all caught up there. All right, let's get back to the, I forgot we were watching this video.
Whatever damage has been done, right? That is the rhetoric you go to them with. You don't go, well, yeah, I guess you could go do retribution on like 2 or 3 people, but then you got to stop. That's not how you start it, man.
He's talking about Israel's conduct here. We'll go back and church attendance among Gen Z people is rising, but overall religion is on the downwards in the US. I don't know. I don't think that's true. Hang on, let's look it up. Among Gen Z who still identify as Christian or attend church at all, attendance frequency is rising, even though overall religious affiliation among Gen Z continues to decline. The key is distinguishing frequency of attendance among active churchgoers from the total of Gen Z who attend church. Gen Z adults now attend about 23 services per year, more than millennials, Gen X, and boomers. That's from Christianity Today. Well, I don't know about that. Pew data shows only 45% of adults under 30 attend religious services at all. A drop of 20 points over the past decade. Let me read that again. 45% of adults under 30 attend religious services at all, a drop of 20 points over the past decade. So that's an interesting caveat. Like, among Gen Z that still identify as Christian, their church attendance is going up. But religious affiliation among Gen Z people is trending down. And I think it's the case that for Gen Z, compared to millennials when they were the same age and Gen X when they were the same age, I think there's less of them that are affiliated with any religious denomination. Yes, those that are already attending are rising, but overall Gen Z is losing faith. Religion is cringe, so I can get it. So I get it. It's a mixed bag. I am a secular liberal. I am I don't know what fucking label I am. Well, instead of looking up, I fucking really struggle with the concept of eternity. I really struggle with the concept of something that has always existed. Like of something not having a beginning. Because our human brains are wired to understand things in the context of a beginning and an end. That's just how our brains work as human beings. And so when I try to wrap my head around the possibility that all of existence and all of reality, that possibly could have always existed, I fucking really struggle with that sometimes. So I don't know what any of it means. I don't know how it's possible. In what state did the singularity exist in? That's what I want to know. If time and if space-time sprung into existence when the Big Bang occurred, that was literally the beginning of time within this universe. What did that singularity exist in? Was it just floating there? I don't get it. I don't understand. So I struggle with the concept of just nothingness and randomness. And so, but I'm definitely not religious, so I don't know what you would call me. I don't know if I'm an agnostic. I don't know if I'm an atheist. I don't know. I don't know. What does it mean to call yourself an atheist? I mean, I have a sense of what this is, but I'm just... Does it mean you definitely don't think that, does it mean you reject the Christian God, or you reject an anthropomorphized kind of version of God? a lack of belief in gods. Atheism is simply not accepting the claim that any deity exists. It's not necessarily the belief that no gods exist. Many atheists say they haven't seen convincing evidence. It's not a religion or belief system. It's a position on one question: do you believe in a god? If the answer is no, that's atheism. My answer is I don't know, and so I guess that makes me an agnostic. I guess I don't know. I really don't know. It's conceivable. It's conceivable, but that there are beings that exist in a dimension above our 3 dimensions. That's entirely possible in my mind. Anywho, I don't know how we got started on that track. You can forgive a certain amount of collateral damage in the pursuit of that kind of those kinds of like.
This is totally cut. This is if you're friends with people, which the U.S. and Israel are friends. When your friend suffers like a tragedy and they're feeling like they need retribution, it's your job as a real friend to talk them down from that.
I agree.
That's not right, and that needs to not be what you do. You need to not like compound whatever damage has been done. Right? That is the rhetoric you go to them with. You don't go.
I agree. But in the case of Israel, I mean, I do think it's the case that many of them, when you just listen to their rhetoric, were looking for retribution. But any country that suffers a terrorist attack, the likes of which we saw on October 7th, any country that has a military, like that country has an obligation to address that threat, to make sure that it never happens again, or that it's much more difficult to do that kind of an attack. Like that is one of the primary, if not the primary function of government and the military, is providing for the national security. Or like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs for nations, like the security has to come first, because without that, then, you know, if that's threatened, then everything else is threatened. And so a country like Israel was obligated to not only retaliate for what happened on October 7th, but take any actions that was in their power to do to stop that from happening again in the future. That doesn't mean that you take it to the extent that Israel did. They obviously, I think, went way, way too far. And, you know, people like Netanyahu contributes a great deal to the instability and tensions in that region. And so he's got some culpability, but yeah.
I guess you could go do retribution on like 2 or 3 people, but then you got to stop. That's not how you start it, man.
Security measures. But if that goes on for 2+ years, 2.5 years now, people are going to stop supporting that at some point, especially with the sheer amount of death and destruction in Gaza. But, so anyways, like the online left sees these numbers, and number one, they take credit for it. And number two, they think that this issue will be the thing that will help them.
It should help them. That's the other thing. It should help them. Drop site, breaking points, they should get massive social capital for being on the right side of this issue and dealing with all of the smears of them that they had to.
I listen, I completely reject that these people were on the right side of history. Like them having the view that what Israel was doing was and is immoral is not the same thing that holistically they had the correct take. Because these are the same people that, again, demand a one-state solution to that problem. And it's a obvious, complete non-starter for like 1,000 reasons. And like the other thing too, if you want to say like, oh, well, these people were right, they were just right early. Well, the other issue I have with that is that these people constantly minimize just how awful Hamas is. And many of them minimize the horrors of October 7th. And so, no, I don't accept your claim that these people were right about Israel. It's a bit silly.
To accurately report on this issue. You, Hutch, and me, Hutch, we both sat on the sidelines in so many ways, okay? That, like...
What did you expect me to do? I don't know what this means. Not my country. Not my conflict. Like, I have no part to play in that.
I look at this stuff and I'm like, man, I kind of stopped covering this shit and I feel bad about it. You should...
I don't think that's true. I think he's lying. I don't think this is true. I don't think a single time JSTLK has, sat down and quietly reflected and thought to themselves, you know what? I should have covered Israel-Palestine more.
Feel bad about it. That should be your primary emotion. I didn't do my job. I covered the news. I mean, I started doing drama stuff and I got out of politics basically when this whole war broke out. I started doing like this online thing and it was different, okay? But I feel bad. You should feel bad. That should be the primary thing you feel is like, I wasn't invested in this. It felt like complicated and it felt like it was very high stakes and I didn't really want to get any more invested in it than I was. That's how you should feel. You shouldn't.
I don't think that's any way to live your life, like internalizing blame for the actions of some nation state that's like 3,000 miles away from you. Why would I internalize blame for that? It's not my fault. I'm not responsible for this. Neither are you. Stop pretending like you think you're responsible for it. I think this is all just a game.
Feel like, oh, these people are trying to take credit for it. They should. They should take credit for it. They were on the right side of the issue.
I don't think that's true.
Tell me why they shouldn't take credit for it. Tell me why they shouldn't take credit for accurately reporting on this when it costs social and economic capital to do so. Political capital. It costs everything for these people. Hassan has been smeared.
That seems a bit hyperbolic.
Hassan has been smeared and continues to be smeared as an anti-Semite for covering it. It has costs.
Like primary, more moderate Democrats. So it was Medicare for all for like 10 years where they made it about, they made the litmus test of their movement was support for Medicare for all. And they had these delusional fantasies that everybody in the...
Dude, his chat is like actually doing a little better than I thought it was.
He's not familiar with my chat at all. It's like he doesn't have I don't know, maybe that reflects how he moderates his chat. Does JSTLK moderate with like an iron fist? Do they just crush dissent in his chat? Are you allowed to like argue and disagree with him as a streamer in his chat? That makes me think that he just bans everybody who disagrees with him. But depending on the issue, sometimes like half or even more than half of the chat are disagreeing with me, and I don't ban people for disagreeing with me.
The forever war concept is pretty much baked in. Absolutely, obviously. It only took about 100,000 civilian deaths, which these people were constantly putting a spotlight on. Who put the spotlight and correctly labeled Israel's actions? The left. Yeah, okay. I don't know if he's getting... I don't know if there's just a bunch of randoms, like a bunch of random lefties watching this, but holy shit, this is bad, man. Oh, sure, Hassan lost his Twitch ads, right? All over anti-Semitism. That whole campaign is over
Hassan fucked it up for all of us, to be clear.
Anti-Semitism. And I should have saved this Not So Erudite clip from a long while back. But it was talking about how what her philosophy was around admitting wrongdoing and how you just shouldn't ever admit wrongdoing and how she's never going to admit wrongdoing on the internet because it makes you look bad. I'm like, dude.
Erudite said something like that? I would like to see that clip. Maybe. That doesn't sound like Erudite, but...
How do you live like that? How could you be a content creator like that and talk about anything consequential? Like, if you never want to admit wrongdoing, but you cover, like, fantasy books or something, and when you get, like, a read or an analysis or a prediction wrong for the next book, you, like, get it wrong, you never want to admit wrongdoing? I get it. That's fine. But you're covering politics.
What did I predict when it came to Israel-Palestine that was wrong? I've completely lost the thread here.
An essential function of politics has to be some analysis of where you were wrong and how you're going to be better going forward. If that is
I agree.
Absent, how in the world can you be a political actor? It's preposterous. It's insane.
I agree. Just generally in life, you should endeavor to to do honest self-appraisal, acknowledge when you've fallen short, and then try to take steps to be better in the future to not do that again. That's just a general good way to live your life.
It's completely insane. It's like crazy. And I do get it, because it feels like people can go back and make fun of you. But like I just don't understand how you could, because people, sometimes Ogre Boy and Straight Rated both come in and throw in tweets of me calling people anti-Semitic, like Hassan's orbiters, right? And I'm like, yeah, I was wrong. Although I'm sure.
Oh, I see what's happening here. So wait, this person was a Groiper, and then they were like a DGG orbiter, and now they're a obsessed DGG anti-fan? Did I get the trajectory correct? I think this person might struggle a little bit with identity. I think this person is still kind of figuring it out, is what it seems. You have to make it to the Destiny soy pill video today. Okay, all right, okay, hang on, all right. Everything he says is done in opposition to Destiny. I would bet it's the reason why he hates you. That's what it seems like. That is definitely what it seems like. How many people watch this Angry Bird? I have no idea what their regular viewership is like.
In some of those cases, Mike said some stuff that's like it's close to crossing a line.
Well, he said, what did he say? I can't even say it. I can't even repeat it. Don't type it in the chat. Don't repeat what Mike said.
Kind of took his side on it, actually. But even then, I basically just go, I was wrong. Yeah, I was wrong. I don't need to delete those posts. I was wrong. You could be wrong. You could be wrong, man. Matt, specifically in this one instance, it was the demonic ethnicity thing. And I felt like he was
that's
joking.
The one.
And so I said it was anti-Semitic, but it wasn't like genocidal.
You felt that Mike was joking? Mike was joking when he said that? What?
It was like a different, it's like a different analysis you do. I was just trying to accurately explain what he was doing. It was anti-Semitism, though. Anyway, we continue. Let's continue on with.
Oh, okay. Well, you said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna continue on with him.
You're not my boy. Like really wants Medicare for all. The specific language of like Bernie's bill, like everybody like really wants it, and so they're gonna use that to primary like all these Democrats that are kind of more moderate, and that didn't happen. They talked it up and they talked it up and they talked it up. That was the whole point of like force the vote. The stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life was force the vote.
True.
And the whole point of force the vote was to get like a hit list, like a political hit list, not for like, murdering them, but voting them out of office. Like, we need to get all these Democrats on the record, and then everyone who votes against Medicare for all, we're going to primary them.
And
they were wrong. That's the point. And they were wrong. It didn't happen. They didn't do it. It didn't pull it off. It didn't work. That didn't happen. And so now they're doing the same thing with Israel. Like I've told you guys a year ago. It's the same kind of rhetoric. It's the same kind of rhetoric. How many of you guys have been engaged, like pretty decently engaged and aware of the discourse for like the last 10 years? 10 years ago, in the first like couple of years leading into the midterms in 2018 and then leading into 2020, although that conversation died down a little bit because everything was so crazy. And so it muted a lot of that discourse, I think. It kind of drowned it out. Fucking 2020 was just such a crazy year. There was kind of an odd level of not peace between like the online left and the base of the party, but there was more peace definitely in 2020 just because everything was so bad. But in the first 2 years of Donald Trump's presidency, what we heard from the left and what we saw from the left was like, it's on. This is war. And the war was about Medicare for all back then. And it was all their rhetoric was like, we're going to get rid of every single Democratic House representative and Senate and senator. We're going to primary all of them and replace them all with candidates who will vote for Medicare for, like, that was like their whole framing. And then that didn't happen. And now they're doing the same thing with Israel Palestine. And I'm going to predict that that's not going to happen, you know. We'll see. Maybe this time will be different, but no. They're going to use Israel. They're going to make Israel a flashpoint issue, and they're going to use it as a referendum on. They're going to use the midterms as a.
Again, just totally. It's totally disconnected. It's totally disconnected from whether or not they were correct about Israel, right? We just
don't think they were correct about Israel. But
we're just not going to have it connected at all. He's just going to say, well, I told you that they were going to do this. It's like, bro, he is like he's like Rob Ford right now going into the Toronto mayoral election, the last one he won, okay? And he goes to his brother.
Wait, I know that name. Is Doug Ford the guy that was like smoking crack? Is he the one that was like smoking crack? Or am I thinking of a different one? I think I watched a Netflix documentary on that guy.
They're Doug, and he says, listen, I told you guys, and actually he's doing a press conference to his, let's just say to whoever his party is, okay? It's Rob Ford, and he goes, guys, I told you that they were going to make me smoking crack an issue, and here it is. Like,
that's the guy. That's the one.
Even just enjoy a little crack, all right? But I told you that they were going to do this. They were going to make me smoking crack an issue, and here it is. After everything, it rears its ugly head. They're going to try to make me smoking crack an issue. It's crazy.
It's not that the left is trying to make Israel an issue. It's that the left is, their larger project is like a complete kind of like takeover of the party, and they bounce around from issue to issue to issue. And there are plenty of issues that they can focus on, but it was somewhat obvious. It's been somewhat obvious now for like a year or two that they were gonna switch from Medicare for all to Israel as like the impetus for like a left Tea Party movement. What does impetus mean? The force or energy with which a body moves, something that makes a process or activity happen or happen more quickly. All right, I used it right.
And it's like, bro, you actually shouldn't smoke crack if you're the mayor of a city. That's just facts. Hey, you're the mayor. Don't smoke crack. So it's just, if it's disconnected from whether or not they're correct, you're not saying anything. You're actually kind of just sweeping for yourself. It's crazy. It's crazy to watch.
Referendum on Israel and on like moderate Democrats who still support, you know, Iron Dome funding or something.
Oh, sorry. The other point of that is, like, foundationally, bringing up the crack issue with Rob Ford is important. Hey, you have a major failing as a mayor. I need to address it. Likewise, with the Israel issue, you have a major failing as a politician if you have been supporting this blindly the whole time because of how everything's working in terms of lobbying and stuff. You have a major failing.
That's fine. That's fine. If you or any other activist group, if you want to raise an issue, raise the salience of an issue, or pressure politicians to take different positions, that's fine. The whole point of like the commentary that I make about the left is that they're very self-destructive. They don't have, number one, they just don't have a realistic sense of like where the country's at, and that fucks up their ability to set realistic goals. And so like there's a difference there's a difference between pragmatic activism and the activism that we see from the left. Like they genuinely think it's possible to have a situation where like their preferred candidates are going to sweep the primaries all over the country. And so everything they do is in service of this goal. But that's not a realistic goal. And so what they end up doing instead is just like fomenting apathy towards the Democratic Party. What they end up doing instead is like depressing the vote when they could be turning out the vote even more. Like if you want to get progressive stuff done in this country, elect more Democrats. That's it. It's not really complicated. Elect more Democrats. Whatever you want to do is going to involve electing more Democrats. It is not particularly complicated. But if you have it in your mind that it's possible to, you know, replace the entire party with your preferred candidates, when the reality is closer to like, you know, you might be successful in like 5% of the primaries, then the things that you do in service of that goal could end up doing more harm than good. That's my whole point. Like, that's the larger point that I'm making. But he's not wrong that it's like, it's fine if people...
I don't think you like it.
Well, why not? I like this new generation of music.
Hello?
Mother of God, it's all toilet sounds.
I think you guys get the point. Am I making sense? Am I making sense? Because their reality perceptor, because their reality, their perspective of reality, is so divorced from reality. They set these wildly unrealistic goals, and in doing so, they end up just doing more harm than good. Because anything short of those goals, like, they live in a nirvana fallacy. That's what drives me insane. I think that's like the problem with this movement. If you were to identify one foundational problem with that movement, from which all the other problems spring, it's that they live in a self-constructed nirvana fallacy. What you should do, what I think you should do, when you're evaluating the current moment that we're in and the path that we're on and the options in terms of moving forward, you should compare the current moment to history and ask yourself, am I further away or am I closer to my goals? And I think if you do that honestly, if you're a progressive or a liberal in this country, if you do that honestly, you would acknowledge and you would see that we have made insane amounts of progress, like especially in the last like 100 years. You are objectively not making sense? Well, let me try to explain, okay? This is what I'm trying to explain right now. If you look at history honestly, if you have an accurate sense of history and just how far things have come and how much progress we've made, then that would make you feel like energized, and that would make you feel like hopeful, and that would make you feel like, oh wow, you know, like think of how much more we could do. But if you're constantly comparing the current moment to a constructed perfect utopia, then you're always going to be fucking miserable and pessimistic and of the view that nothing ever happens and no change is ever accomplished. Because all you're thinking about is like how things would be in your perfect society. And so as long as we're not in that perfect society, which is to say just forever, we're never going to get to that perfect society. But if all you do is compare the current moment to that nirvana state, of course you're going to be miserable. Of course you're going to think that like nothing ever happens and nothing ever changes and it's all bad and blah, 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 blah. Like that's like the big problem with these people. Is this fucking constant nirvana fallacy.
You lack moral clarity. You do not have the morals required to operate with the power you hold. That's the way it is, man. Anyway, I'm going to back it up because I've kind of broken them up a little bit, but we're going to go 20 seconds back here.
They're going to use Israel. They're going to make Israel a flashpoint issue, and they're going to use it as a referendum on. They're going to use the midterms as a referendum on Israel and on like moderate Democrats who still support, you know, Iron Dome funding or something like that. And that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what we've been watching them do. And it's just getting more intense. And so,
dude, that's justified, dude. Bro, I think a lot of this guy's
He's missing the point. The point is that they're not going to be, this isn't going to work. Like, they're not going to take over the party because of Israel. There's no indication that this is happening. They think that the approval ratings for Israel are an indication that they're like taking over the party. That's not what is happening. The whole point is that they're completely wrong in their assessment.
It's like a Hutch sub. This guy's like a Hutch sub, and he's sitting here. It's like, dude, yeah, that's justified.
Oh, he's not familiar with Dovin's game. See, Dovin, are you still in here? You're making me look bad. When you question me, when you question my authority and you question my intelligence, and you undermine the things that I'm saying, Dobbin, you give these psychopathic snarkers ammunition. Now I gotta run a tighter ship, I think. We gotta start timing people out for disagreeing with me.
That's justified. Yeah. I'm sorry. They were just correct. I don't know, like, what, bro, could you imagine if, like, the polar ice caps melted?
They're not correct. I mean, listen, I'm not a betting man anymore, but I'm willing to bet someone money. We can keep the stakes nice and small. I will bet someone $10 that these people will not do, like, a successful Tea Party takeover of the party because of the Israel situation.
And environmentalists came in, like lefty environmentalist types, and ran on that the fact that they were right about like climate change and environmentalism, and they were like attacking right-wing environmentalists, because there are some conservative environmentalist types, okay, and they come in and they start running against the MAGA types and the neocons who constantly pushed oil, constantly pushed fossil fuels, and they say these guys were wrong. Well, yeah, you look like you're gonna run on the issue you have credibility on, obviously.
Well, I'm just at my wit's end with these people. I just find them to be so destructive. And so, yeah, I dislike them equally. I hate them. I hate these people. I actually hate these people. As I dislike MAGA. They're just in
I feel like most people moved on from Israel-Palestine.
my mind. They're
He says that on a show where the two highest viewership streamers in like that sphere of people are both watching several.
Devin Siskey was just an awesome child of Hutch, gifting 10 subs. I guess socialism does work. Thanks.
I don't think that's true. Did you give subs? I didn't see it. Wait, is Streamlabs busted? Are you guys fucking with me? I don't know what's happening. What's happening? Why are you guys fucking with me? You guys fucking with me? Oh, that was a Tangia? Okay.
Almost a year-old interview about Israel-Palestine to criticize it on the grounds of Israel-Palestine.
Most in the same
Yeah, I feel like
camp,
we're basically done.
I mean, one of the proudest moments that I had in my last election, where I just won on the same ballot as Donald Trump, was that I won a majority of voters in Michigan. We have a large population. And I won Dearborn Heights, and Hamtramck, the three Muslim-dominated cities. Trump won 2 out of the 3. So I think the thing that I would push back on is the voters, I would say 6 years, but certainly in this last election, other than this issue. Because
remember, Michigan, largest like Arab population, I think, in the United States, right? Dearborn is obviously a hot topic, right? So this is like the singular most contentious issue that she has to navigate, and this is what they decide we're gonna.
Because we're gonna fight you on Israel when all of your constituents are like,
because it's personal. I'm a Middle East analyst by training. And so what I tried to do and why I think I managed to win both those communities is call balls and strikes literally up to this week on what's going on. So
I feel like you can't simultaneously claim leftists were not the one influencing opinions on Israel while also saying the left has immense influence in online discourse.
That would be another huge thing that would be another huge point that I didn't even make, but yeah, sure. There's like so many different dimensions along which Hutch's analysis is completely fundamentally broken. You can't even think of all of them. It's just broken top to bottom. It's awful.
It's complicated. You can't think clearly and give sober analysis of someone if you're so emotionally invested. Like when I'm compromised emotionally, it fucks with my judgment, fucks with my analysis. Like I try to like account for that as much as possible. Like I don't ever want to give you guys a take, and the only reason I give you guys that take is because I don't like someone. Like I do strive to be like fair in my analysis. I'm not perfect, but I try. I definitely do. This person, again, this is the first full video I think I've ever watched from this person. And boy, do they seem to fucking hate me. Which is fine. That's fine. But he's just like, you can hear it in his voice. He's like jacked up on fucking adrenaline. You know? Like he's like really like fucking like really aggro. Like pause the video and be like, that's another thing. But without even like giving me a moment to explain what I'm talking about. Complicated. I think the damage that the online left do is to create apathy. And so the Israel attacks are in service of a larger kind of populist, like attack from a populist framing. Like I take Vyvanse daily and I don't sound like as jacked to the tits as this guy. Like this guy is like fired the fuck up. And we're not even really, this isn't even really like a controversial video, I think.
Okay. So, man, we could go more into this. They create apathy. They spread apathy. I would say that is accurate.
Okay, case closed. Guys, it was fun watching that video. Think we got a lot out of that? No, I'm just playing. We'll see where he goes with that.
But the issue is, essentially, let's say they're correct, and I do believe they've been correct, right? About how angry you should be, how upset you should be about what's going on, right? They've been correct. And your way of characterizing that is that it's building apathy. This is, in essence, the 2016 conundrum again, where people are out of work. The Rust Belt has been hollowed out. There's no more manufacturing there. They blame Democrats. They blame the
what was the unemployment rate by the time Obama left? Wasn't it like around 4%? What was the unemployment level in the US the day Trump was sworn in for his first term? 4.7%. What is like the theoretical kind of lowest unemployment rate that you can reach in a country? Isn't it around 3 or 4%? Like you're never going to get 0%. What's like target unemployment for the Fed? What is the target unemployment rate for the Fed? Is it 3%? Recent Fed communications and expert interpretations suggest that around 4% unemployment is often viewed as consistent with maximum employment, though that is not an official target. Yeah, my understanding was that it was around 4% unemployment and around 2% inflation, right?
Democrats they've been voting for, right? And there's apathy there. There's two ways you can deal with that. You can keep gaslighting them and telling them to vote for you. We've seen how that's turned out. Leads to 2016, Donald Trump winning the presidency. Okay? Or you can admit where you were wrong and try to come up with some policy to rectify that problem. You know, oh, that was our bad. We didn't see it going this way. Here's how we're going to try to fix it. But oh my God, you have no idea how people will be if you just keep gaslighting them and never acknowledge any wrongdoing, never acknowledge any of their issues, never acknowledge that they had a good point. Because
I would definitely not suggest that Democrats just ignore like the voters when they speak up and have concerns.
With NAFTA, the issue was free trade agreements were better for the whole economy. And we could quibble over whether that's, you know, capitalism, you know, increasing the wealth gap, all of this stuff. That's not super important. The argument is it's good for the overall economy. GDP go up. Nobody disagrees that GDP go up with free trade agreements, okay? But what these people were told is it's not going to really affect you that much. It's just going to help you. Your life's going to be better. And then when a lot of people's lives...
How much of the loss of manufacturing jobs was because of NAFTA and free trade agreements versus, like, for example, in West Virginia, like coal plants, like those didn't shut down because of NAFTA or trade agreements. Those shut down because we moved away from coal, right?
Lives got worse. There was no answer. There was basically just pretending that they didn't do anything wrong and then proposing new free trade agreements, TPP. Very, very big mistake. Do not do that. All right, we'll go back to where he starts talking about apathy. Okay?
I think the damage that the online left do is to create apathy. And so the Israel attacks are in service of a larger kind of populist attack. I was going to say, Paper Citadel, yeah, I thought that manufacturing had been declining for quite some time. NAFTA. Scale of impact on U.S. manufacturing jobs. Copilot says that NAFTA had a modest impact, and it was actually China trade and globalization overall had a large impact. Automation and technology had a very large impact. Oh, that's another thing I didn't even think of. It was the rise of automation in these factories. Copilot seems to think that the trade agreements had a modest impact, even a large impact when it comes to China trade, but that automation contributed more to the loss of manufacturing jobs. From a populist framing on Democrats, so like the Israel issue is just one of many issues that the left use to really like savagely attack any Democrat that doesn't meet their purity test, which happens to be about 95% of Democrats. And
Did I miss a sudden shift in the Hutch audience? Conduit here going, wait, why are people pointing out that like they were correct?
He just okay, hang on. Be honest with me, guys. Be honest with me. What are other streams like? Like, how do other streamers moderate their chat? The only time people catch bans in my chat is when they're being like really over the top obnoxious. Like there's a non-zero chance that you'll catch a ban if you mischaracterize something that I've said. If you strawman me, that really gets under my skin. But I've never had a policy of like banning people because they disagreed with me. Maybe during the first Trump term, I would like ban MAGA people. But even then, I don't remember doing it very much. But other than that, like I don't ban people if they disagree with my takes. Like there are days where like 90% of chat is disagreeing with me. And I don't ban people for that. Do other streamers like just ban people who don't agree with them? Because like, why is he so surprised to see people in my chat, even subs, like disagreeing with me on stuff? JSTLK reacted to my TYT video once. It was awful. Oh, I can imagine. If anything, you don't ban enough. I get told that. I get told I need to ban people more. I need to clean house more. But do other streamers like ban people who disagree like regularly? Like, is that just normal? Your mods disagree with you all the time? Oh, I'm aware. I am very much aware.
Why aren't we doing our gaslighting thing? Why aren't we just going like we're the huge victims? Democrats are the victims actually, and the left was totally wrong. Even though they're correctly right on the issue, they were totally right on the issue. They're totally correct. Even knowing that, we're going to pretend that we're the victims here. Isn't that what we do in this chat, guys? Don't we pretend we're the victims?
To be clear, I'm not saying the left had no impact on Israel's declining approval. I'm not saying that. But I am saying that it's dubious to claim credit for the public writ large, like moving away from Israel.
It's not.
Did the online left contribute to that in their own way? Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so you're saying nothing. You're just saying literally nothing.
No, I'm saying there's a difference between contributing to something happening and then claiming credit for that thing happening. There's a difference between those two things. There's a meaningful difference between those two things. Oftentimes, there can be an enormous difference between these two things. That's not a difficult concept to grasp. Why is that difficult?
You're doing a quibble because you hate them like getting points on this. So you're just quibbling. Got it.
For sure.
Got it.
But the substance of their contribution, I think, is to further foment apathy among younger voters. Like the online left, I think, are most influential, and this is just a guess. This is just vibes. I think they're most influential with like vote. Where does credit go then? It's complicated, but I think most of the credit goes to Israel. Most of the credit goes to Israel's own conduct in Gaza. Like the longer it went on, then the more people died and the more people suffered and the more explosions happened, the more bombs that were dropped. They just hemorrhaged support all throughout the course of that like military operation. But then also more recently, one would have to assume that a lot of the decline in support for Israel comes from Donald Trump being so friendly with Netanyahu. Like that, I would assume, has had a really meaningful impact on people's perception of Israel, just because Donald Trump himself is so fucking toxic. And so, did the left contribute to, did the online left contribute to declining approval for Israel? Yeah, of course. But do we credit them? Were they the reason why Israel's popularity went down? No. What would that be based on? He's saying Dropsite News and Zeteo? As if those were the only news agencies that were doing reporting on Gaza? There's thousands of media companies all over the world that cover this kind of thing. Zeteo and Dropsite News are a fucking drop in the bucket in terms of media coverage for what happened in Gaza, what's happening in Gaza. You should react to Lonerbox reacting to your current stream. Oh dear. Under 30, under 35. And I think when you're Lonerbox, this is your conscience speaking. You need to do more. This is God speaking. Lonerbox, this is God speaking. You need to do more with your life. You're not doing enough. No, I'm just playing. What's up, buddy? You should have an actual legit pro-Palestine person on your stream. I've had a lot of conversations with pro-Palestine. Again, what does it mean to be pro-Palestine? I believe that Palestinians should have a sovereign state. I believe that
that's just straight up beautiful, by the way.
I believe that Palestinians should have self-determination. I believe that Palestinians should live free from constant violence and a blockade. I believe any people deserve these kinds of things. I want them to have their own state. I think Israel's conduct has been abhorrent. I think Netanyahu is a literal demon. I would call myself pro-Palestinian. In your young adult phase of your life, there's a further risk of this kind of sentiment calcifying. So early apathy towards the Democratic Party. I think there's so Lonerbox's stream he's on 5 levels of reacception. Because Loner is reacting to me, reacting to JSTLK, reacting to Destiny, reacting to Live and Learn. So he's at 5 layers. He's below. Wait, he's the level in Inception where he's on the beach. And he runs into Ken Watanabe's character, who's been living in that palace for thousands of years because of the way that time works. He's in that level. I'm on the snow level. I'm on fucking skis, flipping around and skiing backwards and shooting people with an MP5.
Okay, so now, early apathy towards the Democratic Party. Okay, now look at these influencers, these left-wing influencers. What is calcifying in their thoughts about the right-wing party, the Republicans? Because I've never seen Hassan say a good thing about the Republicans. I've never seen Kyle say a good thing about the Republicans. I see them on the Republicans constantly. So
who cares?
Any harm they're doing by pointing out true facts about the Democratic Party?
I don't think they're truth facts. That's the point.
has to be offset by the fact that, one, they've never presented the Republicans as better. At worst, I think the worst it ever got was Hassan saying, I don't even know if it would be different under the other party.
He does that constantly. They all do. That's the point.
Which was stupid, but regardless, okay? That's the worst it's ever gotten. And there was like a moment where that happened.
No, not a moment. That is his perpetual belief. Wait, let me find it. Hang on. Debating Hutch on impeachment.
Move the needle.
I can't believe this video is still up. Show transcript. Marginally. Nope. Damn. Okay, hang on. There was a conversation that we had about Pete. Where is it? Me and him had a conversation. And he told me back then that Democrats are marginally better than Republicans. That's what he said. Marginally better. I can only find one conversation that him and I had that's still live on YouTube.
Move the needle.
What?
I'm 36, bro. I got
You're
a few
36.
Discussion: Trump, Rudy, Biden, Warren, Ukraine, impeachment. Man, why can't was this a conversation?
We would continue to never deal with Saudi Arabia, or we would continue never to stop Saudi Arabia from.
Saudi Arabia and Ukraine have both been really important strategic allies to.
That's not the. I don't think this is the one. Where's the conversation that we had about Pete Buttigieg? Anyways, take my word for it, man. He was saying back in 2020 or 2019, maybe, that Democrats were marginally better. He's been saying this the whole time. This has been his consistent belief the whole time. It's not a moment. Like, I don't know why JSTLK would say that. It's his constant position, his never changing position. Like, why do you think he's saying stuff like he wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom over JD Vance? Like, what do you think he's saying when he says that? If not, that the Democrats are either just about as bad as Republicans, or they're really not, they're not better enough to justify voting for them, is what you're saying by saying that.
But otherwise, they just shit on the Republicans all the time.
There's a risk of that, like, calcifying and then like bleeding into your adult life. And I think apathy is a big problem. It's been a big problem for young voters for quite some time, but I think they're just making it worse. So,
you know what the apathy is from? The apathy is from seeing the direction of the country and seeing that nothing they do changes it. That's what
the apathy is from. Ignorant as fuck streamers firing up their stream and saying a bunch of stupid, ahistorical, nonsensical shit, and then their young audiences take them at their word because they delivered these things with such confidence and conviction that people think that it's just, they just get the impression that it's true. They don't really do a lot of fact checking, it seems. They genuinely believe that, like, nothing happens when you elect Democrats either at the state level or at the national level. They're just wrong about that. That's where apathy comes from. People don't talk honestly about, like, what is happening. They don't talk honestly about the consequences of a Republican administration versus a Democratic administration. They just lie about it, or they distort the truth. This boy Zabzi thinks nothing would be different with Israel-Palestine between Kamala and Trump. I don't know how you could possibly believe that, Zabzi. I don't know how you could possibly believe that. Donald Trump's Israel policy for both of his terms has essentially been to not make any effort whatsoever to constrain Netanyahu and Israel. The only time that he deviated from that was during his second term, like last year. Israel, I think, bombed Qatar, like, as the United States was in Qatar, like, negotiating. some kind of a ceasefire, and then Israel bombed Qatar and ended up accidentally like killing cops, like police officers in Qatar, and Trump got pissed and like insisted that they announce like the beginning of a ceasefire. I think that's the timeline for that. But on every other thing, like Trump's policy has been just let them do whatever they want. That's explicitly what Trump ran on in 2024. He said, we got to just let Israel finish the job. He was posting AI videos of, you know, like a reimagined Gaza with, you know, golden Trump statues and shit. Trump's policy was like, we're going to take Gaza. I don't know if have we had an update on that? That was fucking crazy. He does a press conference. Is like, you know what? We got to take Gaza. We're just going to just like absorb it, I guess. And then I don't know if that ever, if he walked away from that or what happened there. The Biden administration, whatever criticisms you have of them, and if you want to argue that they didn't do enough to constrain Netanyahu, I'm not going to fight you on that. But they did constrain Netanyahu. They actually did exert influence, and they did push back on Israel, and they did like meaningfully influence them a number of times. And so the idea that like Kamala would have been no better than, like, do you think Kamala would have said nothing during an 11-week blockade of aid going into Gaza that happened last March? Do you think that even would have happened if Kamala was president? It's bananas to say that Kamala would have had the same policy as Donald Trump. It's so ignorant.
The apathy is coming from. So when they can all see the war crimes that are happening from Israel, they're watching Gaza be blown up brick by brick because the people they're subscribed to are covering it, and they see that despite the fact that this is happening, obvious war crimes, obvious genocide, nothing changes. Nothing. Their voice doesn't matter. Have you considered perhaps not explicitly making it so that you are so slow to react to what would you say? You're so slow to react to developing situations that they are correct to be apathetic. They believe that you will do nothing, and then you're defending doing nothing. You are saying, why did you guys get so mad about us doing nothing?
Now, this reminds me, there was a TikTok video that popped up on my feed talking about this very thing. First of all, we should watch a TikTok, totally unrelated, of a bluegrass version of All the Small Things. Now, before you jump to conclusions, before you've even listened to it, have an open mind. It is possible to do a bluegrass remix of All the Small Things using AI, and then it just ends up a fucking banger. Just listen.
182, All the Small Things, but it's a blues-grass version.
Jesus Christ. That is a very intense accent.
Let's get straight into it. You ready? I'm ready. Let's go! Ladies and gentlemen, live on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube.
It's the remix that I never even knew I wanted.
For the best AI covers in the world.
All the small things, no. True care, truth bring.
Right?
I'll take one lip, you're right, best trip. Always, I know you'll be at my show, watching, waiting, commiserating.
Whatever, fine. You guys can disagree. Always, I know you'll be at my show.
Yesterday made it.
I don't give a fuck. I like that song. There's a few. I don't really love Blink-182 across the board, but some of their newer albums are pretty good. I have to be honest. I don't hate Angels and Airwaves, I'm not gonna lie, I've felt a little self-conscious, but I've fucking bumped some Angels and Airwaves in my car driving long distances before. But the best Blink-182 song by far is Stay Together for the Kids. That song, when that fucking chorus hits, so here's your holiday. Hope you enjoyed this time. I like that song. I don't care. Anyways.
Yesterday I made a video asking liberals like why they don't want to move left, and overwhelmingly the response that I got was, oh, well, anti-capitalist leftists are annoying and insufferable. What? Are you sure you want to be admitting that? That's weak sauce, brother. Technically, all of your political and moral positions are correct, but I just don't like you. So...
I very much doubt that people are saying that.
Not gonna do it. Word?
Let's take a look at some of the comments on the post that they're referring to. You know, the comments where they're saying the reason that they're not a leftist is because leftists are so damn annoying. Let's take a look. Justin said they're not a leftist because liberals believe in a constitutional government, individual rights, free markets, and the rule of law over the mob. The reason I would never be a leftist is because what people usually mean when they say that is Marxist socialism, communism, and that is far too authoritarian and violent for my taste. Can someone point out where Justin said it's because leftists are annoying? Anybody? Well, let's see what OP responded. Me, when I don't know what I'm talking about, but I confidently spout propaganda.
Of course.
Juicy Crone here asked genuinely, because anybody watching that video can tell by the tone that it's not genuine at all. But they asked genuinely for people to explain, liberals to explain why they don't want to be leftists. Somebody explained, and their response is to insult them and to be disrespectful. And then after Juicy Crone insults them, Juicy Crone then comes back and makes a video talking about everybody just said that I was annoying. Nobody had any real reasons why.
Juicy Crone TikTok. Let's see what else they got going on.
Violence is never the answer is an individual and interpersonal rule, not a societal one. Violence is never the answer is an individual and interpersonal rule.
Oh, we're doing Walmart situation here. We got a Basil tweet Walmart situation going on here.
If they wanted to, they would be doing it. If they wanted to, they would be talking about it.
I hate talking about liberals versus the anti-capitalist left, but until liberals can understand and accept that the Democrats will not meaningfully change their lives for the better because they do not have a vested interest in doing so, we're kind of a little bit stuck. Now, odds are very decent, just looking at the demographic shifts in recent years, that this person grew up in an affluent family. They're probably they don't have to worry about like Medicaid payments. But, you know, you can thank Democrats for the fact that how many millions of people essentially get subsidized healthcare because of programs like Medicaid and Medicare? And then how many people did that Medicaid expand to as a result of the ACA? So like, because her personal life was probably not changed all that much through various like social welfare policies that the Democratic Party is responsible for, she's gonna say like that they don't do anything. But like, does she need government benefits? Does she have to worry about Republicans cutting, you know, welfare benefits when they are elected and given a trifecta? Was she one of the people whose Medicaid payments were discontinued because of the one big beautiful bill? This is a perfect example of your nirvana fallacy. Yeah, we'll see.
If they wanted to, they would have already accomplished it for you. If the people who want your vote in the upcoming midterms or the election after that are not now talking about how they want to abolish ICE, how they want to go after and prosecute people in this administration, in ICE, in the DHS, in Doge for what they knowingly did to.
It's funny that she focuses on this before, you know, actual policies that deliver like tangible economic relief to the voters. Like the first things out of her mouth is like prosecuting ICE and, you know, prosecuting the administration or something.
Working class people of this country, they're not going after people.
I don't think, like, I genuinely don't think that the working class in this country, when they vote in November, that they're going to be motivated by like abolishing ICE and prosecuting Trump. I don't think that's why these people are going to be voting. I think these people are going to be voting because their paychecks are not going as far as they used to because of Donald Trump's abysmal, cataclysmic economic policy during this term.
And the Heritage Foundation for seditious conspiracy, they do not intend to do that ever.
What? Hang on. What did she just say?
Did to the working class people of this country. They're not going after people in the Heritage Foundation for seditious conspiracy. They do not intend to do.
What did, listen, I'm not a fan of the Heritage Foundation, but like she wants the Democrats to prosecute Heritage Foundation for seditious conspiracy? What is she talking about?
That ever. Everybody wants to come in and be like, well, what are you doing? Well, what's the solution? We can't work on a solution if we can't even agree about the problems with the Democrats.
Are we still in a partial shutdown? Am I crazy? Are we not still in a partial shutdown over ICE funding? Is that still going, or did they reach a, we are? Hasn't that been going on for like a month and a half, 2 months? And she's like, the Democrats are not doing anything about ICE. It's like, they are doing like literally the only thing that they can do is like a budget showdown over ICE. Like that is their only option as the minority party. And they're doing it. And this has to be the longest partial shutdown ever, right? There's no way, right? Has it not been going on for fucking 2 months? Ace with $10. The best Blink song is Violence off the Untitled album, and I'm proud you have a halfway decent take on music, liking Blink to a degree. The truly base take would be being a Blink fan. I do like their newer stuff. I do like their newer album. It sounds more kind of emotional. Like their older albums were like very kind of, you know, they're a product of their time, like, but they're very kind of like juvenile and silly. And well, I like their more emotional stuff. What's it called? Violence? Blink 182 Violence. Have I heard this song? Violence. Nope, I don't like that. I don't like that song. I disagree.
Especially the leadership. I can't run a marathon before we've even agreed to sign up for the race. If they wanted to.
She's like, they always ask us for solutions, and it's like, I can't do anything. I can't give you solutions if we. What was the reason she just gave?
If they wanted to.
That's a reasonable thing. Like if you're going to opine on politics, you should be able to articulate what you think should be the solution to a problem. That's a reasonable ask for someone who's engaged in discourse. She's like, I can't stop asking me to give you
a solution.
Like, what is this logic?
Ever. Everybody wants to come in and be like, well, what are you doing? Well, what's the solution? We can't work on a solution if we can't even agree about the problems with the Democrats, especially the leadership. I can't run a marathon before we've even agreed to sign up for the race.
I mean, I don't even know what that means. I gotta be honest with you.
Let me do what I
Because times are hard! Times are hard, and that means if you have standards for me, fuck you! Let me do what I want!
Oh. Just the worst personality.
Oh, OnlyFans is hiring. OnlyFans is hiring. Okay, well, they won't call me back. Oh, only.
Okay.
Confession time, you guys. I am 30 and I have 0, and I mean 0 spanks in my bank. Like, what am I gonna do?
I don't understand the joke. Revolutions are social contagions.
Revolutions are social contagions, and that's why the media stopped covering Luigi. People talk about how mass shootings are social contagions, and revolutions are social contagions, and that's why the media stopped covering Luigi.
Oh, man. Like, sometimes when I watch this stuff, I genuinely don't know if it's like being tongue-in-cheek and it's like a parody kind of thing.
People talk about how mass shootings are social contagions, and I think part of this is how the media covers mass shootings in this country. Think about, I mean, they've become, unfortunately and horrifically, much more normalized as part of the news cycle, but think about when mass shootings happen, how long these things stay in the news cycle and the types of coverage that you get, the names of the people. Usually it's not really the victims you remember, right? That's totally different when it's revolution. They made the mistake already with Luigi. We know his mug, we know his face, we know his story, and we loved him, and that's why
She's calling Luigi a revolutionary. Oh, no.
stop showing him. Well, it's the same thing with the warehouse fires. The news is kind of downplaying how quickly this seems to be spreading. You're not really hearing about the names of the people who are starting the fires. You're hearing about the companies because they matter more in this country than people do. A line that the liberals like to throw at the left a lot is, oh, well, you just want to sacrifice marginalized communities for your bloody revolution. Meanwhile, those same marginalized communities are being sacrificed to the meat grinder of capitalism, and that's okay with us. There's this tweet that's like, yeah.
Those marginalized communities, it's so funny when they bring up these, well, I shouldn't mock the idea of like marginalized communities, but the people that they're referring to as marginalized communities are not, you know, that are the people that they struggled the most with in terms of like electoral support. Like, these are the demographics that actually reject her kind of brand of politics more than white people. And they just don't talk about that. Maybe they don't know about that. I think DSA, the most recent DSA like census, was 4% of the organization was black. So that's, what is that? 1/3 of the like representation nationally? Why is DSA membership only 4% black? What's going on there?
Well, voting pales in effectiveness to my strategy of firebombing a Walmart. And it's like, yeah, that's very funny, except the Walmarts are getting firebombed, babe. And it seems like most of us are.
Where? Like, where is this happening? Excuse me?
They're cheering that on. So I guess my question is, do you really not want revolution, or do you really only feel comfortable with violence enacted on your behalf by another party, like the state, or somebody else that you can cheer on and never have to deal with the consequences of standing up for a better world?
You guys are being so unfair because you're not even considering how sad our soldiers are going to be in the Oscar-nominated movie that comes out about the conflict in like 20 years. You guys are being so unfair.
Is she a passenger in this car? Who is driving her? That must have been a fun car ride.
I was going to start off this video by being like, the next time the Democrats lose.
The Democrat Party. Wait, the Democrat party is manufacturing. Okay, I just.
No. If in
I was going to start off this video by being like, the next time the Democrats lose, no. If in 5 years it is not a foundational part of the Democrat Party's platform.
Democrat Party. Okay, this person is either like literally AI or they're a fucking Russian plant. I'm telling you guys. This is a psyop. This is in one form or another. This is a psyop. It's either a Russian psyop or somebody's doing AI. Like that's what's going on here, I think.
To abolish ICE, I want us to remember this like 3-week period where the establishment Democrat Party was campaigning hard against its radical left wing. You know what, I'm going to add this because everybody thinks that doing like a universal health care so quickly would be too hard. If they're not consistently campaigning to keep healthcare completely separate from your employment status, remember this time. One of the things that people talk about a lot is how the left is really bad at aligning and the right just kind of falls into lockstep. Do you think that the right gained the power and consensus they gained by regularly doing campaigns?
Not a whole lot of consensus right now.
Against their populist radical wing? I certainly don't remember that happening with Ben Shapiro or now with Nick Fuentes or with Charlie Kirk.
Well, to be fair, there actually was a conversation within Republican Party politics about, like, they were having their Hassan moment with Nick Fuentes. And they were having a whole debate about, like, how big the tent should be. But she's also just wrong. You know, it's not necessarily wrong about, like, the framing, but the Republican Party absolutely did start excising members from their party. Who am I talking about, guys? Fill in the blanks. Who has the Republican Party waged war on in the Trump era in terms of actual elected representatives? I'm not asking for individual politicians. I mean, a more kind of a collective group of people. Zabzi is correct here. Yes, that's true. Anyone who did not toe the party line and anybody who questioned Donald Trump or criticized Donald Trump or voted against something that Donald Trump wanted. Grassroots Hegemon. Oh my God. Thank you so much for 10 gifted subs. I fucking love you, dog. Thank you. I can't believe I'm saying this. I miss Paul Ryan Republicans. Zabzi, so do I. And I want you to understand that is, you agree with Nancy Pelosi. That is what Nancy Pelosi meant when she said we need a strong Republican Party. I do miss the Republican Party when there were more Mitt Romneys, Ben Sasses, Adam Kinzingers, Paul Ryans. Their policies were terrible, and they hurt a lot of people with their policies. But fucking boy, do I long for the days when we had more of those people and things weren't as crazy.
And it's like the radical wing of like the Republican Party wants to commit horrible atrocities.
You know what? I'm sorry. I fucking take that back. Fuck Paul Ryan. That guy's a coward. That guy's a fucking coward. I take it back. Why am I giving him, of all people, flowers? He enabled Trump. He just fully enabled Trump during his first term and then only waited until after he resigned from Congress before he started talking that shit to Donald Trump. Why am I giving that guy flowers? That guy's a fucking coward. Mitt Romney, a little bit different. Romney actually did criticize Donald Trump when he was still in the Senate. He actually did have a spine. Ben Sass had a spine. Somewhat of a spine. Who are some of the others that they've gotten rid of? I mean, Liz Cheney did a lot of enabling during the first term, I would say, but like, who are some of the others? That's not the only. There's been like fucking 10 to 20 high profile Republicans. Hutch, Hassan Data. Okay, what do we got? Do you have a favorable or unfavorable view of Hassan Piker? Unfavorable, 15%. Favorable, 7%. Never heard of, no opinion, 79%. Echelon Insights. To be fair to Hassan, I don't know if Echelon, is Echelon Insights a partisan pollster? What is their rating as a pollster? I don't think Echelon is a good pollster, but I could be wrong. Echelon Insights is generally considered a Republican-leaning or center-right pollster, and its public ratings vary by evaluator. 538 maintains detailed pollster grades, but the specific rating did not appear in the retrieved sources, media bias, That can't be right. 538. Oh, 538's gone. That's why. What's the other one? 50 plus 1? 50 plus 1. Do they rate pollsters? Half his viewers are outside the country. Did you see how Dylan and Libs forced PV to change their tune? I did see this. I was going to bring it up at some point. I'm going to ask the paid version of ChatGPT what the pollster rating is for Echelon Insights. Is it Echelon Insights? I think it is, right? Yeah. What kind of a rating do polling aggregators oh, I didn't spell that right. Aggregators give Echelon Insight. Let it think for a few minutes and see what it comes up with. CJ Fees, thank you so much for 31 months. Oh my goodness, 31 months in a row. Progressive Victory announcement. PV endorsement process. Too long, didn't read. Effective immediately. No candidates will receive any endorsement from Progressive Victory during a primary unless they are committed to defending Ukraine against Russian imperial occupation. What? The rare PVW here. Holy moly. By providing both humanitarian and defensive aid to Ukraine. Progressive Victory has always been committed to pushing a political agenda that would defend the sovereignty of all people against unjust imperial interests. To be fair to PV, they've always had a pro-Ukraine, I feel like they've always been good on Ukraine. PV has always been committed to pushing a political agenda that would defend the sovereignty of all people against unjust imperial interests. In January, we relaunched our endorsement process and created an additional tier of endorsements for candidates willing to take the PV pledge. In the pledge, we included language reflecting our commitment to organizing for candidates who are willing to take a stand in support of both Palestine and Ukraine. In our attempt to create flexibility for candidates, we created a loophole where it would be possible for candidates to receive a PV pledge endorsement while holding views on Ukraine that are self-evidently disqualifying. To remedy this, we are announcing that moving forward, we will be rejecting all PV pledge submissions from candidates not willing to vote to send humanitarian aid. This is just a W. Listen, you get a W from me. You'll love to see it. Okay. All right. Listen. I fuck with it.
But the radical wing of the left party wants...
Okay, we have an answer. Silver Bulletin. That's Nate Silver's polling blog. Who did Nate Silver work for before, guys, in 2016? I think he left in 2016 to do his own thing, but was Nate Silver a part of 538? He was, right? Yeah. He's been around for a little while. The dude had the worst polls? I don't think that's true. Nate Silver? I think Nate Silver gave Trump about a 30% chance of winning. which that's, 30% happens 30% of the time. I've seen Nate Silver has some questionable takes. I don't love his takes, but as a pollster, I think he's pretty good. Anyone who's played poker knows that if you're waiting for that river card to come and your opponent has a 30% chance to hit their card, you're fucking sweating, okay? So the fact that Donald Trump won with 30% chances of winning is, that's not crazy. Silver Bulletin, their January 2026 pollster ratings give Echelon Insights an A-. Uh-oh. With a predictive plus minus of about 0.55. In that system, more negative plus minus is better. So that places Echelon in the upper tier of US pollsters, though not quite as not quite at the very top A+ level. The older 538 rating dataset had Echelon at A/B. So the overall takeaway is aggregators that actually score pollsters tend to view Echelon as a strong above average pollster. Uh-oh. Oh dear. I mean, this is not, listen guys, this is not at all surprising. This should not shock anyone. Of course these are the numbers. Of course. He's a fucking belligerent narcissist. The thing about Hassan is that if you're in the Hassan kind of like chosen people, if you're in that group, then the sense of like tribal connection you have with that community is probably going to feel really good. Like that sense of belonging and that sense of like having a people, like having a community, that's going to feel really good. But if you're even slightly out of that group, if you're even slightly out of step with them, they will rip you from limb to fucking limb. They will try to rip you to shreds. So it should not shock anyone that Hassan's numbers are pretty bad,
Healthcare.
Jola, you should hop on Wick later if you want to debate how amazing Plattner is. Pass on that, but good luck to you.
So I don't really understand why why are we pushing back against that? Remember this time when the DNC, the DCCC, make sure to prop up candidates who don't have any popular policies that would bring people out to the polls? Because fuck Noam Chomsky.
Okay, you know what? Listen, done with that. We'll watch the rest of this.
They didn't want to join leftism. This was a real reason, and your response was to be dismissive. Here's another response that has nothing to do with being annoying. I mean, I feel like I am a leftist, but I kept being told by Puritan leftists that I'm a liberal. At this point, I just call myself a progressive social democrat. It's not puritanical to correct someone on a literal definition. Jesus fucking Christ. Nowhere does this person talk about leftist.
And then she just immediately fits the stereotype. This person says, I feel like I am a leftist, but fuck, they're mean. So I just call myself a social democrat. And she goes, actually, it's not puritanical to correct someone.
Being annoying. But what does the leftist respond with? Another insult. Disrespectful. I'm a social democrat, so I straddle the line between liberal and leftist, but I generally lean liberal because far too many leftists, primarily Marxist-Leninists, are too comfortable defending, apologizing for authoritarian regimes. Liberal democracies aren't perfect, but are far more humane than, say, the USSR, DP, blah, blah, blah. Some leftists, especially white leftists, hold extremely reactionary opinions on members of ethnic diasporas who don't full-on support socialist governments in their home country. For example, Cubans and Venezuelans. Let's see what OP responded to this thoughtful response. LOL.
Oh, of course. Dude, it's AI. It's AI. It's AI run by a guy named Dmitry who lives in Leningrad. It's AI. It's gotta be, it's a op. It's a op. It's gotta be a op, right?
Sure, I just don't find anti-capitalism to be very compelling. It seems to me that as long as there are goods to be traded, markets and money will always exist. And trying to use the state to suppress or control these markets generally leads to bad outcomes. I'm not anti-cap. I do believe the worst types of rent-seeking behavior need to be checked heavily. As far as liberal democracy goes, it just seems far more preferable to any socialist or communist form of government I've ever seen. Let's see what Juicy Crone said. Juicy Crone starts by laughing at them, then continues, oh my fucking God, capitalism is not commerce. How do people...
Wait, I stand corrected. I think Leningrad is now St. Petersburg, I think is what it is.
Speak with such confidence on matters they genuinely know nothing about. It's astonishing. And we could go on, but you can just check.
It just feels like a bit. You know what I mean? Like it feels like a bit. It just feels like they're doing a bit. Like we're going to find out some years from now. We're going to find out that like 90% of political TikTokers are fucking AI foreign ops is what's going to happen. That's the future we're barreling towards. The Vance effect strikes again. Vance's trip to Pakistan has been postponed indefinitely, a U.S. source tells me. That's an update to Vice President Vance's Pakistan trip has been put on hold as Iran's leadership remained divided over whether to participate in a new round of peace talks. So my understanding, based on the reporting that I saw pop up on my feed last night or this morning, was that Donald Trump himself was causing major problems in these negotiations. And I think what had happened was, were they in Pakistan? Like you had the various parties that were like in Pakistan negotiating, like the U.S. representatives and Iranian representatives. And then Trump tweets out something on like Truth Social, basically saying that Iran had agreed to a bunch of terms that they never agreed to. Like this was during the negotiations. And so the Iranian representatives were like, what the fuck? Hutch needs to play Pragmata if he hasn't. It looks interesting. It looks like an interesting game. Michael Hatchtube with $5. I was a McCain Republican. I voted for Hillary in 2016. Never looked back. Hung on to GOP registration with some hope. Registered Dem after J6. Nice. Well, it's good to have you on the fucking team, bro. Pull up a chair. You are welcome here.
Comments yourself. So Juicy Crone comes on here and asks genuinely why liberals don't want to be leftist. And when liberals actually replied with thoughtful responses, Juicy Crone's response was to belittle them, be condescending and patronizing towards them, call them essentially stupid.
That doesn't sound like a leftist. No way.
Be dismissive of their concern. And then turned around and made a follow-up post reducing all of the responses that they got to...
No, Hutch, they're actually tweeting from the Cold War era. Yeah.
They just think we're annoying. That's condescending, boo. That's dismissive. That's annoying. That's patronizing. That's hierarchical thinking. Believing that you're better than these people, that you're calling cowards and too stupid to know better. Instead of listening to people's actual responses, because let's be real, that was never your intention in the first place. Your intention was to create a place for people to come and dogpile on liberals and talk shit about liberals. You weren't genuinely asking. I mean, the tone alone gave that away. And that's exactly...
I don't think she's a real person. I think it's AI. Anyways.
Why do you feel disciplining from?
And I think apathy is a big problem. It's been a big problem for young voters for quite some time, but I think they're just quite some time. So,
you know what the apathy is from? The apathy is from seeing the direction of the country and seeing that nothing they do changes it. That's what the apathy is coming from. So when
the apathy is coming from an ahistorical lens, it's coming from false premises. It's coming from wildly unrealistic goals. It's complicated. It's a multifaceted problem, but I think those are the three big problems in a nutshell. Just They don't really seem to understand history all that well. They'll say crazy shit about the Obama administration. Like, there was somebody yesterday on Twitter. It got like 200,000 likes. It's like this stuff, you know. There's a video of Obama and Mamdani dancing, you know, just like harmless dancing, like with kids or whatever.
Swish, 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 swish. Swish, swish, swish. The wipers on the bus go swish, swish, swish. All through the town.
And of course, some goddamn Twitter communist saw this and became infuriated immediately. And says, this is so cute. Speaking of buses, do you all remember when Obama sent a 500-pound laser-guided MK-82 bomb to hit a school bus in Yemen, killing 40 children on their way to a field trip? And it happened under Donald Trump. It happened in fucking 2018. At, 237,000 likes. That's why fucking people are apathetic. It's because they believe this stupid bullshit.
They can all see the war crimes that are happening from Israel. They're watching Gaza be blown up brick by brick because the people they're subscribed to are covering it, and they see that despite the fact that this is happening, obvious war crimes, obvious genocide, nothing changes. Nothing. Their voice doesn't matter. Have you considered perhaps not explicitly making it so that you are so slow to react to?
In that same echelon poll, Democrats surveyed, please indicate how close you believe your political views are to each of the following potential 2028 Democratic presidential candidates. Very or somewhat close. Kamala Harris on top, 85%. Pete Buttigieg, 70%. AOC, 67%. Newsom, 67%. Shapiro, 50%. Please indicate how hard you believe each of the following potential 2028 Democratic presidential primary candidates would fight against Trump in the MAGA movement. Kamala Harris at the top, 83%. AOC, 80%. Gavin Newsom, 78%. Buttigieg, 74%. Shapiro, 53%. Dread it, run from it, guys. Kamala arrives all the same. Make your peace with it now. She's coming. Hell hath no fury and whatnot. Name a candidate that won the presidency after losing that wasn't already president once. Have you ever heard of Nixon? Have you ever heard of Richard Nixon? You ignorant slut. Sorry, that was a bit much.
What would you say? You're so slow to react to developing situations that they are correct to be apathetic. They believe that you will do nothing, and then you're defending doing nothing. You are saying, why did you guys get so mad about us doing nothing? Why do you feel apathetic? Don't feel apathetic. You need to watch us do nothing about this genocide, and you need to be excited about it. I don't know who you're selling with that pitch, man.
I don't think anyone's pitching that.
Selling? Who's buying that? Yeah, totally me in the ass and never let me complain about it. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I
don't need you to vote with excitement. I need you to vote with urgency. You know, you don't need to be excited. I don't expect people to frolic and dance as they walk along the sidewalk on their way to the polling booth or like a ballot drop off. I need you to like excitement. No, I don't get it. You know, that's fine. I need you to vote with urgency. That's what I need. I need you guys to understand the stakes, like the actual stakes, like what happens when Republicans win elections versus what happens when Democrats win elections. That should give you a sense of urgency. You didn't need to have high hopes. I mean, sometimes you do, and that's fine. That's going to be more, I think, applicable at the local level or the state level, but I've never had an incident, like so far in all my years of voting for presidents, I've never been like euphoric or like really excited. Like I always vote in presidential elections with like fear. I'm always afraid when I drop off my ballot. I'm always like, fuck, I really need this to go this way. If you're not moonwalking to the polls, it's not good enough. I mean, listen, if you want to do that, if you want to be excited, that's fine. But I don't need excitement. I need urgency, please.
To be a member of the Democratic Party. I want to be a Democrat. Yeah, that's not, nobody's signing up for that, man. I hope you got something better. I hope you got a plan B. You got another sales pitch? Because that sounds terrible. Not that I wouldn't vote Democrat if I were in the States. I absolutely would. But holy shit, this is the worst marketing I've ever seen in my entire life. Actually, we were wrong on the issue substantively. These people were seeing what was going on and were upset about it. And we are justifying their apathy by saying, no, it was the right decision to not do anything about it.
I mean, I don't think Democrats are saying don't do anything about it. But is a big problem. It's been a big problem for young voters for quite some time, but I think they're just making it worse. So it's a bit nuanced. I hope I didn't worm out of your question there, but I think I addressed it. I very much disagree with you, but I appreciate your clarification on your perspective. Okay, there you go. You're playing loose. Take it back, Hutch. You definitely partied on election night for Obama. I did not. I was not engaged in politics all that much in 2008 and 2012. I didn't. I was probably playing Call of Duty or working on election night. I assume I was working on election night in 2008. Wait, what was I doing in 2008? I think I must have been. I think I was playing Call of Duty World at War probably, and not even really paying attention to the election. And then 2012, I remember exactly where I was in 2012. In 2012, I felt I had just gotten eloped in a hypomanic state due to undiagnosed bipolar 2. I had just gotten eloped in Vegas, and I was feeling very impulsive. And I was like, you know what? If Obama wins, let's drive to Portland and go to that famous donut place and get a donut in Portland. And then he won, and then I did that. I drove to Portland. We went to a strip club, and then the next morning we went to the donut place, and then drove home the next day. It was a weird time in my life. The left directly has credit for the public calling it a genocide. You're being vague by saying moved away from Israel. Voodoo Donuts, yeah, that's the spot. It's like their famous donut spot. I don't think I'm being vague. I'm talking about the numbers, the approval numbers. When we look at a graph of like how the public, and then broken down by party, Republican, Independent, Democrat.
You are being vague. You are not making a solid declaration of what you think is going to happen.
Numbers. Is this about predictions? Wait, listen, I'm not going to say that this guy's not very intelligent, but boy, is he compromised, because I don't think he's listening to me. Am I being vague in this clip?
Because that sounds terrible. Not that I wouldn't vote Democrat if I were in the States. I absolutely would. But holy shit, this is the worst marketing I've ever seen in my entire life. Actually, we were wrong on the issue substantively. These people were seeing what was going on and were upset about it. And we are justifying their apathy by saying, no, it was the right decision to not do anything about it.
Apathy is a big problem. It's been a big problem for young voters for quite some time, but I think they're just making it worse. So it's a bit nuanced. I hope I didn't worm out of your question there, but I think I addressed it. I very much disagree with you, but I appreciate your clarification on your perspective. Okay, there you go. You're playing loose. The left directly has credit for the public calling it a genocide. You're being vague by saying moved away from Israel. I don't think I'm being vague. I'm talking about the numbers, the approval numbers. When we look at a graph of like how the public, and then broken down by party, Republican, Independent, Democrat.
You are being vague. You are not making a solid declaration of what you think is going to happen.
It's not about what. When did I say it was a declaration about what? I was talking about what was going to happen earlier. This I was like, it's not complicated. Like the left contributed to declining popularity for Israel in the United States. They're not the reason why Israel is less popular in the United States. That's not complicated. When we look at a graph of like how the public, and then broken down by party, Republican, Independent, Democrat. When we look at the graph over time, the support for Israel goes down. And within the Democratic Party, the support for Israel had been going down for years preceding October 7th. It had already been going down.
Yeah.
And to your other point, I don't think
Why would that be? Why do you think that would be, Hutch? I'm just.
Well, 2019 was kind of a very violent year, I think. There was like the Great March of Return, and then also like again, it was Donald Trump, I think, becoming so cozy with Netanyahu in his first term, I think was a huge reason why support for Israel went down, and that's just because of like the polarized nature of politics.
Just curious. Do you think that could be from like people covering how Israel was treating Gazans?
Yes. Yes, the world becoming more aware of the abhorrent treatment of Palestinians. Yes.
Over time?
Listen, I don't think the online left
and people covering that and talking about it,
focusing on why is this person pretending like the only person covering Israel Palestine has been the left or like the online left? What fucking delusional fantasy does this guy live in? Language of genocide was the thing that most contributed to public approval.
How many times is he going to walk back and make more specific his statement that he made in the first place? He realized how stupid the first thing he said was, and so he's walking it back bit by bit. So
I'm not walking anything back. What did I walk back? What is he talking about?
Was at first it was the left did nothing. The left didn't help. They try to take credit for this. That's it.
I didn't say that the left did nothing and the left didn't help. I didn't say that.
Saying that they take credit for this. They didn't do anything. And then he's walking it back.
I didn't say that.
Slowly, he's like, well, no, they helped, but it just wasn't that much. Well, actually, the idea of the focus of on the language of genocide and how much that helped.
That's a separate point. I don't understand where he's going with this.
Okay. At some point, he's going to go, I just don't like online lefties.
I mean, I don't.
Leave me alone.
Well, moving away from definitely don't. I don't think that was the thing. I think it was the image of like the images and videos of the death and the destruction, and people don't like generally like seeing.
Where did those come from?
The media, Palestinians themselves, kids dying.
Oh, I thought you weren't supposed to talk about the kids dying. I thought that was like you're using the kids as a shield. Oh, you're using the kids as a shield. And
who said don't talk about kids dying? If you're only bringing up dead Palestinian children in the context of like trying to. Holy moly, guys. This is so exciting. I got my Picatinny rail. I'm going to put a red dot on my Anaconda Colt 44 Magnum. Just got to take the fucking... I got to take the front sight off. Do a little surgery, and then I'm going to put a red dot on my fucking hand cannon. Let's go.
No?
I think also just what was happening, not just images, but like what was happening. And then more and more people began to, I think probably more people now are aware.
Hutch, just real quick. Could you show me CNN broadcasting all of the death and destruction? Can you show me CNN broad?
What the fuck? Who? You know what? I was about to say some mean things about Canadians, and I'm going to be disciplined. Not all Canadians. CNN wasn't covering what was happening in fucking Gaza? Is he really saying that? I'm sorry, was CNN covering Gaza? Yeah, like a lot. What are we even talking about? What?
Broadcasting all the dead kids? Was CNN doing that?
Yeah.
Was MSNBC doing that?
Yes. Yes. What?
That? Was Fox News doing that? Or was it like...
Probably less Fox News.
Like mostly left-leaning people on social media who are sharing these things and amplifying this, and he's basically just, he's almost...
This is bananas. Bananas. All you gotta do is you just search CNN Gaza. Why are hundreds of thousands unable to leave Gaza City? Wait, I can't show you these. These are all probably very violent.
Entirely conceded the argument now. I didn't even, I wasn't even going to make the argument about social media, and obviously that's mostly lefty people who are continuing to point this or put this out and highlight it, right? I just went to Ryan Grimm and Dropsite News because that's like something that is incredibly consequential.
I just can't make sense of this. Does he seriously think that Dropsite was the only news org covering Gaza in the last few years? Uh-oh. What are you guys spamming? Statement of President Donald J. Trump. Based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded one way or the other. Okay.
And is probably driving the attribution of the clips and probably
Taco Tuesday. Let's go.
Having new stuff being released, right? That was my argument. But yeah, obviously all of social media being used as a vehicle for showing this footage, for showing the war crimes. Yeah, that's largely up to online lefties, the exact people you despise, apparently over saying it was a genocide, which you now concede it is.
Who the fuck says it? Why is it that difficult to properly characterize the things that you're reacting to? Is it that hard? Am I asking too much of people to not just strawman the fucking living shit out of people? Just be honest about what the person actually said.
It's crazy.
Aware of at least the 21st century history of Israel. But again, I wouldn't fight you on the idea that the online left contributed in their own way to public approval for Israel going down. I think they did contribute to that. But taking credit for something and taking credit for contributing to something. Uh-oh, Hassan Piker has been made aware of the poll. Wait, now, is he live? He's live. Okay, so we got to go back 28 minutes.
Much cheaper ways to deal with this threat.
I want to see him react to the poll, on the stream.
Again, these are because of decisions that Congress...
That would be
stuff. What am I doing? What the fuck is wrong with me? I'm sorry. That's democracy.
It would be 154. So 28. That would be 136. Wait, he posted this. It says 28 minutes ago. So 154 minus 38. That'd be 126. Wait, where is it? Did he respond to it on his phone and not pull it up on his stream? Am I crazy? Guys, it's possible that he posted this from his phone and didn't pull it up on the stream. There's no way though, right? He had to have. 154 minus 28. So that would be 134, 126, right? And so is he looking down on his phone and tweeting about it but not putting it up on the screen? I think that's what he's doing.
Frankly, everyone is. They don't talk about it, but you can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You want to see us there.
The results about late Monday.
That's what's happening. He didn't put it up on the stream.
From the depths of the Gaza Strip to the crown of Mount Hermon.
Sources tell me Hutch is getting the numbers wrong. No, that's what he's doing. We got the timestamp and everything. That's exactly when he posted this.
And our pilots control the skies of the pilots finish the
agreement through
the start. You just got it.
Why would he not put the whatever? Anyways. I like that the last month of endless coverage has only caused a minor bump in the disapproval from mostly Republican boomers. And the overwhelming majority of people still have no clue who I am and are neutral. Once again, why are some in the consultant class media treating me like the most consequential issue in modern politics when most people don't care? Are two different things.
I don't think anybody believes that if Israel had done a quick ground operation, killed like 20,000 people and pulled back without blowing up all of the housing and hospitals in Gaza, I don't think people would go...
A quick ground operation? A quick ground operation? What the fuck? What would that have looked like? A quick ground operation by IDF in Gaza.
Oh yeah, I don't think people think that this still would have flipped the same way. Like, they don't think they were responsible. They think they were responsible for getting the messaging out, getting people to look at it, which is a contribution. But for Israel's actual genocide, of course nothing changes. Of course, but like...
In and out, 20-minute adventure, yeah.
Nobody's saying, regardless of whether a genocide happened, regardless of whether they went totally insane in Gaza, we flipped everybody on Israel. No. What's a but for? It's saying without this happening. Sorry. If
a ground operation in a heavily urban area with an established insurgency is literally the worst possible case for a military operation, yeah.
That was confusing language. I'll try to restrict it a little bit.
That was like Jank. Jank was like, yeah, just send in fucking SEAL Team 6, bro.
Without the actual genocide, without the actual operation, the actual war crimes, of course none of this happens. Yeah, of course.
I think the distinction matters. Lawson with $10. They're not even correct on Israel-Palestine, and I'm worried that the demand for a massive Israel policy change comes from the moral bullying as opposed to actual knowledge of the region. Well, I mean, it depends on what they're talking about. That's a little broad. I mean, yeah, Kanye. That's another thing. Kanye West, I think, single-handedly contributed.
Oh God, please stop. Wait, hold on. He can't say... There's no way to win this. Either side of this, whatever he's going to say is going to be the most shit I've ever heard in my life. And look at his smug face as he goes to say...
It's true. It's true. We got to give him that. That is a smug face right there, you guys. But what you can't take away from me is, goddamn, that is a well-groomed beard right there, guys. You think that's an accident? Nope. That takes work.
Is so smug about this point he's about to make. I swear to God, if he says Kanye contributed to knowledge of Gaza when Kanye was just explicitly anti-Semitic.
Nope. That's not what I said.
And barely even referred to Gazans at all. Like, it was like 99% anti-Semitism, direct anti-Semitism, and almost nothing to do with Gaza. If he says that, he's stupid. If he says
nope,
Kanye contributed to anti-Semitism, well, that's obvious. But if he says Kanye didn't do enough or kept people off of the issue, that's also stupid. So I don't even know.
0 for 3, buddy. You're fucking 0 for 3. talk about smug. How do you go 0 for 3?
Where you go here? It's all dumb.
That's a little broad.
Please.
I mean, yeah, Kanye. That's another thing. Kanye West, I think, single-handedly contributed more to
Hutch.
Just let me say it. Let the words escape my mouth, and then you don't have to look so fucking silly for incorrectly predicting what I'm about to say.
Are you congratulating Kanye West?
No.
And Hitler right now.
No! Why the fuck would I do that?
And the awareness that brought to the Israel-Palestine issue. Ah! Dude, I actually don't even know what are we doing? In what universe are you going to? Because the entire reason they've been arguing that Hassan wasn't effective.
Holy shadow boxing, my goodness.
And a bunch of other people weren't effective is because it was actually increasing anti-Semitism in a way that it was like increasing more anti-Semitism.
I mean, he definitely did, but that was not the point that I made here.
Versus helping Israel-Palestine versus helping the Gazans in any way. And now you've got a guy who's just essentially doing only anti-Semitism, and you're going to say, congrats to Kanye. My hat is off to Kanye West. Holy fuck, man.
I mean, yeah, Kanye. That's another thing. Kanye West, I think, single-handedly contributed more to like anti-Israel sentiment than the collectively like the entire online left. Like I genuinely believe that, by the way. I fucking genuinely believe that, by the way. I think, you know.
Wow. Thank you, Hutch.
I think that's all you gotta say. You were so confidently wrong. You were so confidently wrong. You were 0 for 3 and you're like, oh wow. He did was like very, what's the word? Insidious? I mean, that guy has a lot of influence just all on his own.
Reminder that no rhetoric online, no rhetoric at all online has changed anything. It's been Israel's action. And now he's trying to say, well, Kanye did way more. Did Kanye?
What is the connection between the two here?
Kanye talk about Israel's actions? In fact, I think Kanye is back on board with Israel at this point. This is...
But he wasn't. That's the point. He spent, what did he spend? Like a year, 2 years? Go on a full Hitler arc?
Bro, how are you watching this? I just say it again. How are you watching? How is anybody watching? He's probably got like 500, 600, maybe 1,000 viewers.
Oh my God, dude. What the fuck? What are we watching? Why am I watching this? Why am I subjecting us to this? What is this silliness?
Across 2 platforms while streaming this. People watch it. People actually watch it.
Oh my God.
He did have Netanyahu. Maybe that's what Hutch is arguing, okay? Netanyahu drew so much attention to Israel. I don't even, dude. I can't.
Proceeding in a gradual, subtle way, but with harmful effects. Is he compensating? I think he was going for like a moment there. He was going to have like a moment where he like accurately predicts the stupid thing that I'm going to say. And he went all in on it, you know, like a fucking 2-minute rant, shadowboxing like a madman. Just went 0 for 3, completely 0 for 3, just a complete fucking airball. And then is this just he's just compensating after the fact, or yeah? Kanye has since apologized to the community and made peace. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that he did it conveniently, like right before he started to sell an album. So there's that.
So let's talk a little bit more.
That was kind of crazy. He did this. Kanye did this thing where he like hugged a rabbi. Did you guys see? He like hugged a rabbi, and then it was like literally like 3 days later released a new album.
Able to sit here with you today and just take accountability.
I mean, like, listen, obviously this is a publicity stunt. You know, well, I don't know, maybe not, but it's probably good, right? It's probably good that he did this.
I was dealing with some various issues,
unmedicated bipolar.
Bipolar also. So it would take the ideas I had and have me take them to an extreme where I would forget about the protection of the people around me and myself. So I wanted to come and take accountability. Sometimes with, people aren't that knowledgeable about the bipolar and the cause.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I've asked this question before, and I just want to, I've asked this question before, so, if you already answered, you don't have to, but, if you guys had to briefly describe, do you like this bipolar representation, Hutch? Well, in a way, there's value. In a way, there's value. I think Kanye West, I think the value there is he demonstrates how fucking gnarly it can get when you're unmedicated bipolar. And so I think there's value there. But if you guys had to, describe what you think bipolar is in just like a short sentence, what would you guys say? I'm just, not a rhetorical question. I'm inviting chat to participate. Higher highs, lower lows, highs and lows, extreme hot and cold, happy then sad, but a lot. You up and then you down. Manic swings, switching between mania and depression. That one is a little bit more specific. Extreme hot and cold. Flipping between periods of mania and periods of depression, usually getting more and more extreme if left untreated. That's a good one. Yeah, bipolar is not just like mood swings. It doesn't mean that someone is like prone to high highs and low lows. That's not really what it means. Bipolar is characterized by manic swings of mania and swings of depression. And sometimes you can stay in the depression for like months and months and months. And sometimes the manic swings are only like a week or a few days even. And then there's also just like a spectrum of bipolar, where not everybody's bipolar is quite the same. But if you have periods of mania or hypomania when maybe you don't need to sleep a lot, maybe you're just naturally, you have a ton of energy, you're really creative, you become really obsessive with some kind of creative project. Sometimes it graduates into full-on psychosis, especially if you're talking about like multiple days without sleep. People will have auditory hallucinations. Some people will have visual hallucinations. You might have delusions of grandeur where you might think you're the second coming of Jesus Christ. And those periods are, that's your mania. And then you slip down into just the worst, most crippling depression you could possibly imagine. And I had thought that I had a bipolar 2 diagnosis, but my psych thinks that it might actually be bipolar 1. Just because what I did when I was manic was very like not typically associated with bipolar 2. Like the fact that I spent basically every waking moment for 2 or 3 months in a poker card room and gambled away like tens of thousands of dollars. Like that's typically more associated with bipolar 1. So that was interesting. I thought I was bipolar 2, maybe not. But it doesn't really matter. Like you're on a spectrum. Like the diagnosis doesn't really matter. The diagnosis matters like mental health diagnoses are important for mental health professionals that are communicating with each other as they treat a client. That's where the diagnoses matter. But for the client, for the person who's seeking mental health treatment, it's really about just identifying what the cluster of symptoms are and then addressing those symptoms. So is it bipolar 1? Is it bipolar 2? Like that kind of doesn't really matter, just as long as you address the symptoms through therapy and medication and medical intervention. How long do these swings typically last? It's hard to say. The manic swings are harder to remember in terms of like how long they lasted. How long do bouts of mania typically last for a bipolar individual? I think it can be anywhere from like a few days to weeks or even months. I could be wrong about that. For me, the depression lasted for, I mean, it was bad. Boy, it was bad. I was in a crippling, could barely function. Like the state of depression that I was in went beyond. Like sometimes when people go through a period of depression, if it's just like standard issue depression, it might manifest in kind of, you're not even like actively sad all the time. You're just kind of muted, where maybe you're bored a lot, like you just extreme boredom, and the things that give you pleasure or have been pleasurable in the past don't really stimulate you the way that they used to. You might not feel like a strong sense of motivation, but it's not as though you're walking around like thinking about Minecrafting yourself all the time. That's not like what most depression looks like. My downswings, like my bipolar depressive episodes, were nothing gave me pleasure, like nothing, absolutely nothing gave me pleasure. The things that I enjoyed before, chess, video games, hanging out with friends, movies, all of that pleasure and stimulation and joy was just gone, like totally gone. I was constantly in my head asking myself, what is the point? Like, what is the point of doing anything? And so it took on a like existential level of angst and dread, and I mean, it was like a profound depression. And then that lasted months, like months, fucking months. I mean, it was bad, like bad. Like the first time it happened, it lasted for over a year. I mean, it was every day. It was like hell. And then the second time, maybe a little bit shorter, but comparable, like about a year and a half. And then the third time, thankfully, is when the most recent episode, thankfully that was brief because I got a diagnosis finally, and then got on medication, and the medication helped immediately, like right away. Like getting sober and getting on the proper medication for a proper diagnosis, my symptoms, a lot of the really horrible symptoms went away like right away. And so that one was more limited, but I had 2 extreme depressive episodes that were, well, technically 3 that went on for several months. Anywhere between 6 and 18 months was like the range of like major depressive episodes. What medication do you take, if I may ask? I take Seroquel for bipolar, which is an atypical antipsychotic, and it basically 20 to 30 minutes after you take it, you're basically in a fugue state and you fall asleep. So, you know, a lot of people faint when they first take it because it's very intense. It knocks you the fuck out. And you wake up maybe like a little groggy, like your mornings are a little groggier, I would say. But it basically kind of evens you out. I really don't even know how it works. Like the the physiological interactions. Like what does Seroquel do physiologically. It makes you very hungry. That's true. Seroquel changes brain signaling in a few very specific ways. If you walk through the physiology in plain, I'll walk you through the physiology in plain language, but with real pharmacology behind it. Number one, there's a dopamine D2 receptor blockage or blockade. Seroquel blocks dopamine D2 receptors, especially in the mesolimbic pathway. This reduces excessive dopamine signaling. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Which is linked to hallucinations, delusions, and agitation. So I assume that that would help to prevent mania. You reduce excessive dopamine signaling. Lower dopamine equals reduced psychotic symptoms. I don't know if I ever had a psychosis. Like, I don't know if I was ever, I don't think I ever had a psychotic episode. Serotonin 5-H2A receptor blockade. Seroquel strongly blocks 5-H2A receptors, which helps balance dopamine in certain brain regions, reduces anxiety and agitation, and contributes to antidepressant effects when combined with norepinephrine effects. That was the thing that I noticed right away when I was taking Seroquel this time, was that my anxiety went way down. Like, way the fuck down. I was in a constant state of stress and anxiety, and that just was like gone day one. It also does norepinephrine reuptake inhibition. Its active metabolite, norquiedapan, I don't know how to say that word, inhibits the norepinephrine transporter. This increases norepinephrine levels, which improves mood, increases energy and motivation, and contributes to its FDA approval for bipolar depression and adjunctive major depression. Sedation, why it makes people sleepy. Seroquel is very potent at blocking H1 histamine receptors, causes strong sedation and increased appetite. Yep. And it has A1 adrenergic receptors, which causes dizziness, low blood pressure, and a heavy feeling. Yeah. So to treat psychosis, so for people that are having a psychotic episode, the dosage ranges from 400 to 800 milligrams. But my dosage is 300 milligrams, which causes the norepinephrine effects and the antidepressant action. Okay, all that makes sense. Anyways, once I got that diagnosis and I got on a proper medication, my life changed basically immediately. And I've had a pretty normal life now for, about 3 years. And I still have downswings. That still happens. It actually happened last month where I just had nothing in me. I had no kind of gas in the tank. I had no motivation. And I ended up taking a few days off, and then that turned into like my parents got in an accident. I drove up there and was helping them out for a little bit. But right before that happened was like I had like a little downswing. So those still happen, but they're not crippling. They're not, I wouldn't say they're fun, but they're not crippling. Like I don't want to just crawl into a hole and like never emerge anymore. It's just like, okay, I think I just need a few days off here. Anyways, don't be afraid to talk to your insurance provider. My understanding is that insurance companies, health insurance companies in America, cover way more mental health services than they did 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So if you guys are experiencing some negative mental health symptoms, definitely check into your insurance. You'd be surprised. My insurance covered like therapy sessions. And so I was only having to pay $15 per session. And I got a lot out of those therapy sessions. I got a lot out of those therapies. They linked me up with a really solid therapist. I clicked with him. You know, we worked like really well together. Just really good like client therapist chemistry. And I did regular therapy with this guy for like a year, and he had the authority to basically extend the sessions. And so the therapy would cover like $15 per session for like 12 sessions, but he had the authority to like re-up my sessions. And so we did another 12 and then another 12, and yeah. Is bald a pre-existing condition? Not that I am aware of. I will look into that though. Would you be open to... Oh wait, is this you? Are you Ryle Tittenhouse? Is that you? Are you the person who did this video? Would you be open to talking to JSTLK? He's a nice guy. That's me, my channel. I don't think you guys are very nice. I got to be honest with you. I'm not feeling the niceness. What I am feeling is a kind of obsession. A little bit of obsession. He's a very nice person. I'm sure he's a very nice person to the people in his life. I got to be honest with you, Ryle. Not super interested. Not super interested. I am going to call it there. Commander Crick, thank you so much for $5. A lot of what you're saying reminds me of what I go through, but I've also read into what ADHD peeps go through, and that's also stuff I identify with. You know, if you have any questions about diagnoses, for sure don't do it. Don't Google symptoms and then try to diagnose yourself. Don't do it. Only pain. It's only pain down that path. If you do that, you're going to fucking go down a Google rabbit hole, and by the end of it, you're going to be fucking convinced that you're schizoaffective, bipolar, ADHD, autistic. You know, you're going to be convinced that you have like 7 different diagnoses. And nobody should be trying to diagnose themselves. That's why you go to a professional. But if anyone is struggling, the mind is like a muscle. If you sprain your knee, if you have a bad break, you break your arm or something like that, you go to the doctor, they set your arm, you let it heal, you do physical therapy, and the mind is this, it works the same way. And sometimes people got to get a little couch time and fucking talk to people about what's going on the inside. And some people, like myself, needed more than just talking. Like I function at a normal level now because I found medication that directly addressed the symptoms I was experiencing. And they were gnarly. And so just I can't say enough about like the relief I got has been transformational. Like my life is so fucking transformed for the better. It has been so profound, the impact on my life. And so I'm very big on people talking to talking to someone and getting help if they need help. So if any of you guys are down in a fucking rut right now and you can't make sense of it and you feel like there's something going on but you don't know what is going on, then you should definitely talk to someone about that. Okay, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I love you guys. I want to be on tomorrow at the regular time. Is Lonerbox still live? We can give him a redirect. He is. All right, guys, tell him I say what's up. I will see you guys tomorrow at the regular time. Adios.